One more. 51 more.
Did you just get to US?
Yeah, a couple of days ago.
Okay, nice. You're gonna hang out, I guess. It sounds like for a month.
What's
or
up,
more.
guys, and welcome to Live at the Bike,
Few weeks.
bringing you live action cash games from here, the Bicycle Casino. Today, we have a very special game, 100 or 50-100
Sorry, I can't tell
with a
what's going on here.
$100
300.
dead ante. I'll be your commentator, Jeremy Fremlin. Absolutely pumped to be here. Also have, all-star lineup. How's everyone doing today?
Makes America look poor, right?
Garrett in the game.
You guys are all playing great so far.
Sachi Mark. Andy will be here. Oh, Andy's right there.
The laws, like not literally.
Harry will be here.
Yeah, even like the round
And just with those names I mentioned and this game size, you know it's
You're,
going to
Get
be
that.
51
They
more.
didn't keep go out anywhere.
Got
It's like the
it.
game's
Okay.
just
What did I
starting.
do last hand? Nothing. I
Yeah,
guess I
they just
just
take it for
raised.
once, but I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
like, I
300.
was like 7 years old, so I don't
There's
much.
quite a big like private scene there.
I thought it was gonna be 2
scene, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Nice. Thanks, Wayne, for the.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
Poker players don't go broke. Is what
Looks like that is James in seat 6.
I'll call him.
Welcome, James. I don't think I've seen James play before, but
at charity.
Why
Welcome
not?
to the
you
game.
know? Fuck it.
first hand, Callan opens up out of the small blind. Garrett
This will be fun.
defends his big blind.
I'll
So
bet
the
300.
blind on blind battle. 4-5 queen. Callan checks it over.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I was going for like. I'm
Maybe
not
Callan's just gonna
like
get up
past
on
my
ace
prime.
high
I'm going to a
here.
Laker game, so I want to like try to look a
Thinking
little,
about
bit,
it.
a little more edgy, you know? Yeah.
You pull it off.
Thanks for noticing, though. If you've noticed lately, I tried like different looks each day. You know? I went for like a cowboy look in a game I played a few weeks ago. The fucking internet did not like that one.
Wait, did you wear a cowboy game? Cowboy.
It was like flannel and like I had boots on. It wasn't like full cowboy, you know, like it was definitely like trendy LA sort of Western look, if that makes sense.
No bueno.
And it's funny, everyone on the internet's like, obviously Garrett's wife just dresses him, and they were all exactly right. Like she picks out all my
Q
clothes.
asks, how are the whole cards
So I
revealed?
remember
I
when
don't
she
see a
picked
camera
that, I go,
well.
I don't think that's me.
There's
She
a
goes,
microchip
no, this
cards.
is it.
And the cards automatically get
So I had a
read
good
by
time
sensor
showing
on
all
the
the
table.
comments, being like, "Oh my God, what is he wearing today?"
It's good you had all the internet people to back you on that.
But this one flows a little better for me, I think. James, how much do you have? 10 or something? 10, got it. Okay. I'll raise to 1,300.
1,300.
Yeah.
James opening pretty light here out of the cutoff. Garrett gonna immediately punish. Ace Jack out of the small blind, pretty standard. 3-bet spot for Garrett. James is gonna let it go.
It's no Supreme shirt, though.
Oh.
It's just some Nike Laker gear.
Take the better for
Supreme's
yourself.
got me fucked up.
Take it.
Why? 1-1.
That's
Yeah.
just a really like expensive brand of clothing. Yeah. Saw this documentary on the brand. Actually, it was really fascinating.
Brilliant. They were selling, I think, bricks for $100, like just like a brick
Yeah.
with their logo on.
By the way,
yeah.
courtesy of
You might
James,
have seen the same thing. 'cause I
Lester
remember
Pinto. If you're watching from Dubai, what's up, Lester Pinto?
Marketing.
So James, you're gonna mostly play tournaments, I guess, huh?
No, actually, cash games.
Oh, cash
Yeah,
games.
yeah. Maybe just
Four.
for the main event.
Got it. Yeah.
For the experience.
Yeah.
12.
You've never played, huh?
No, no.
Cool, that's exciting. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily accuse like cash games in Vegas ever, but especially over the summer.
Back-to-back
being
3-bets
a
here.
good time. But the main event is.
Okay.
You'll have
Again,
fun with it.
pretty standard 3-bet here.
You're gonna have a
Accountant
lot
opens
of,
out of the cutoff, and
a lot
Garrett
of
on the
guys
button
taking
with
a
ace
lot of
queen.
time in hand.
It's a 12.
The cash games.
Oh, in the cash game.
Yeah,
Oh, in Vegas.
especially now that Europeans can come. So.
Oh, it's not. They're not forcing it.
Accountant's going to defend ace 7 versus ace queen.
It's up.
Well, this could be trouble for Accountant here. Ace high flop, ace jack deuce, 2 clubs. Wow, Garrett checks it back. Two pair now for Garrett.
15.
1,500 on the turn. The accountant, after he goes check check on the flop, probably gonna want to call at least once. He does. River's a 4, changes nothing. And the accountant is gonna put out a blockish, well, not a very blockish sizing, but the line is a blockish, I mean a blocking bet, 2,500.
Come on, man, we're on the street.
The 4 is a pretty big brick. I predict Garrett's just going to shove here.
I'll go all in.
All in.
Back to the accountant. Pretty tough spot. I mean, you only beat a bluff. And what is Garrett bluffing with when you have only 4,000 and change behind?
Probably
I mean, just like that. I mean,
it's 2 shows in a row, like Cooley, dude.
Garrett's check back on the flop gets him paid. Although, if he just bet the flop, turn, and river, that might have gotten all the money as well.
you played with the Europeans like Batzegowski and Linus.
That's one of the
Those
allures of Garrett,
really great
right?
players I've never played.
Oh,
with.
People do not want to be bluffed by Garrett on
Well,
stream.
they're just
That's the
infinitely
last
better
thing they
than
want.
me, so it doesn't
No
really
way.
make any sense. Yeah. That's like a not so well guarded secret amongst good players. Like,
Stacks to raise.
all right, yeah.
Oh, those two.
Yep. This is your money for sure. I fold. Sorry, I should let him act.
Oh.
He's owed. Okay.
Am I?
Yeah.
What happened?
You're owed 5K. I fold.
Yeah, that's what I said, 10.
Minus love.
Yeah, like no. It's super funny when every once in a while someone on the internet will talk about that. Like, could Garrett beat Linus? And I just go, what the fuck? Like, how bad are people?
Limp
They
pot
think,
here.
like, I can
Queen,
compete
4
against
deuce.
players like that.
All diamonds. No one with a diamond.
150.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm
And he's
bad,
gonna
but
stab
I
it
mean,
here with
these
10
are, like,
high,
the best
gets jack
poker
high to fold.
players on earth. Like, they literally spent their entire lives studying poker. Meanwhile, I've been playing once a week against
I believe,
fucking accountants.
well,
For
between
the
us as General
last
Allison's
5
time
years,
is
but
that
sure, yeah, I can beat
Harry
Linus Love, no
and
problem.
Victor will be joining the
He's, like,
game,
one of
and the
best
last person
online
I'm not
poker
sure
players
of.
all time, has been for like forever.
Go. 3.
And Garrett's been on a little mini heater as far as pre-flop holdings. Jack's now under the gun, 300.
Thanks, man. You got Linus though, huh, Andy? You could probably take Linus heads up. Huh?
He's still up there.
He's
300
aight.
and a call.
He's alright.
I would have no idea, but
Yeah.
he's aight.
773.
3.
Good for Garrett's range and the particular hand he has. He just bets and takes it down.
It's okay. It runs that way sometimes.
Yeah. Made a good pull, whatever you had. Sure.
Those low paired boards, usually better for the pre-flop raiser, as they're going to end up with more big pairs in their range than the flat caller.
I read something today. It said COVID in Singapore is pretty bad right now. Have you been following that, or?
I mean, it's not really in that much in control as they want it to be.
Yeah, and they were once like one of the best.
Yeah,
right?
So it's like only two people can dine out. at
Yeah.
a time.
4.
10.
Got it. Okay, I'll raise him to 13.
1,300.
And Garrett just being relentless here. And this time,
crazy how
The
they-
accountant with a
every country,
squinty
like,
face makes the snap
they're
call
an
saying,
example for a while, and then they
can't
struggle
have
for
every
a while,
time.
right? Taiwan's another example. of something
wow,
similar, right?
action flop
They
here.
had like no cases in 2020. and then
Top
all of a
pair
sudden-
for the accountant, Garrett, with an overcard and flush draw. Check, check again. Check, check on the turn. And what could have been a massive pot has gone check through the flop and turn. Accountant's going to lead out.
24. 24.
And
I'm not gonna go all in.
and Garrett's going to just check out.
All right. Wish you would. Has it gotten a little better there?
Taiwan?
Garrett
Yeah,
feeling with the
Taiwan
game
does.
flow
It's like every
of the
opening
situation,
game.
you know. The accountant just got
I'm
stacked.
probably gonna go back
He's
to
not
December.
folding much
From
after he
US,
gets
yeah.
called pre-flop, so
I'm sure.
Garrett decides just to check back and try to realize his equity, knowing if he hits, he's probably getting paid.
Yeah, it seems like that's kind of how the curve is with Delta, like in every country. It's like 2 to 3 months where it's pretty fucked up, and then it just drops like crazy. Yeah. I think like in a month in the US it's gonna be like that.
I think it's gonna be like pretty much over.
Not over, but like it's gonna drop. Even though it's already dropped a lot, I think it's gonna go way, way down even more. Maybe to like the lowest levels it's been at any point. I got an email. This is not that interesting, but for the Laker game today, and they said, just like they did in the beginning of the playoffs, that you can't
King
eat
5-7,
or drink at your seats.
$300 three ways.
It really like fucks up the experience.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So the only way to drink
Deuces
is to
is
run
actually
to
the
bar
best
during
hand
commercials,
right now.
slam
James
your
with a
drink
gut
in
shot.
the designated area, and then go back to your seats.
So ridiculous.
That was the beginning of the playoffs too. And so everyone would
The
just
line is
sprint to
like-
the bar. The line would just be like an hour long each time. Yeah.
James is going to bet his gut shot and take it down.
Yeah, you have to. Dude. You either do that or you don't drink. Like it's just not worth it.
So I'm just over
You
it.
know. And then, I mean, we all know how it goes. Like you say you're not gonna drink, and then before the game you get there early, you have like a couple drinks,
Right.
and then then you're in, right? And then you just like miss half the game waiting in line at the
Yeah.
bar in the designated area. It's a mess.
No, I know.
Hopefully that goes
They're
away.
like cutting off the drinks at like the third.
If you're just tuning in, welcome.
No,
Live at the bike here on a special high stakes Tuesday, 5,100, $100 big blind ante. I'll be with you for the show, Jeremy Fremlin.
Thank you.
Got Andy and Garrett in the game, the accountant, Versace Mark. The accountant flopping full house, 993. And Garrett does not bite.
4.
The accountant turns quads, and Garrett is just absolutely done with it.
I had 10 high.
I figured you were not that good in that one.
I seriously.
You were on the button and
I
didn't realize.
seriously doubt I pulled queen high. But,
It's almost like Garrett is. I mean, the show just started, but so far, his hands with the accountant, he has dodged at
yeah. This is fine.
the absolutely right moments and striked at the absolute right moments.
This makes it nuts
This
every
guy?
hand.
Yeah. That's what he's here for.
Get you warmed up for the good European players you're going to be battling against for a month. Yeah.
You playing main event?
So at this point, it's like 10%.
Yeah. So I'm leaving to Austin on Thursday, and I told my wife, I said, hey, I want to play in the main event also.
Right.
She
Nick,
said,
you're the big blind?
so she's like, either Austin or main event, and I'm going for the F1 to watch it.
Oh, nice.
So I'm like, how do you do that to me? I'm like, why would you?
Yeah. Sounds like married life. So you're going to Austin. is
I'm
the
going.
answer.
Yeah, well, yeah, that trip's been planned in advance.
350.
I have also like
Bullhunter.
the main reason there's almost no way I'll go. I'll be playing him first.
350 from James out of the small blind. The accountant with Jacks in the big blind. These are both very strong hands for two blinds to be battling with each other. James, just with a call, an absolute terrible flop for both their hands. Ace, king, queen. Check through on the flop. This could get checked through all the way to the river, but James is reaching for chips. I mean, it's an interesting spot here with tens. It's hard to get called by worse and also to get better to fold. If you put the account on like exactly jacks, then this bet, you know, kind of makes sense.
10 seconds.
500 though is so small. The accountant calls. River is a 7, changes nothing. Now it's on James. And they both check.
So I have a trip planned with a bunch of my friends to go to Cardinals versus Panthers in Phoenix. We're 6-0 by the way, no big deal. I don't know if anyone's following along or what, but and so now that they've changed like the main event thing, so all the Euros can play and stuff.
Now less enticing to go to the main event.
Well, but more importantly, like they pushed the days back, so now it's something like day 4 or day 5. Is
Wayne Chang in
when
the chat.
my
What's
next
up?
trip's
What's
like.
up, Wayne?
And so I can't play the main
Right.
event knowing like,
You're planning on running
300.
I mean, I wouldn't, but you know what I mean.
No,
Like
I get it.
before, it was like day 6 or day 7. So now you're trying to fuck me up with the chips.
I'll let you play it.
I'll bet 14.
1400.
Versace Mark, 8-9 of hearts, raising under the gun. Garrett out of the big blind, 3 bets with 2 tens. And what a flop here. Mark with top pair and hearts. Garrett with the overpair.
15.
You could go either way if you're Mark. If you raise, what are you trying to get to fold exactly?
33?
If you're trying to get ace high to fold, well, you crush ace high. Are you trying to get an overpair to fold? It's a pretty big ask to try to get Garrett to fold an overpair in this spot. But he goes for it 3,300. Back onto Garrett. And does Garrett just shove here? Mark has 6,300 behind.
10 seconds.
Garrett calls to the pot. 9,500, 6,300 for Mark behind. Let's see what Mark does if it gets checked to him on a blank turn. 4 of spades. Garrett checks. And after getting called on the flop,
Oh.
well, Mark's going to shove. I mean, you got to think that Garrett's going to call this if
10 seconds.
Mark ever shows up with hearts here. Does he ever value bet worse? Maybe a 9 or a hand like pocket 7s or pocket 8s. If he ever value bets worse, then it looks like a call to me. But Garrett is sensing something. He doesn't like the situation. The chat is calling for him to call. What do you guys have against Mark? And Garrett calls, and he says one time. The river, the ace of hearts, giving Mark the flush.
6250. Is that right? 6350.
What do you think?
62. Oh, it's my first. That's what I said first is right. I said 62 and 63.
Just get it right.
Cool.
I mean, that's a classic poker situation, right? You think for a while, make the right decision, and then you lose anyway.
Get into a deep discussion.
It's pretty much
I'm still
poker
upset
in
you
a
pulled it to my quads.
nutshell, right?
I was like, fuck it, I have 6K left. What am I gonna do?
You go nuts. You're like the fucking super.
Claudium says it's live or replay. This is a live show. High stakes Tuesday, 5,100, $100 big blind ante. Garrett and Andy both in the game.
It's that bad.
250, he says, right?
That's 250.
Oh, look at that. Look who woke up.
1,400.
14.
Welcome to the table.
Probably someone to get the memo.
You should just see him fold like 20 hands in a row.
Just tilting after losing that massive pot.
I know how you feel.
I'll eat this.
Oh, thank you.
My guess, people are asking, why did G-Man run it once? I think he just wants more money on the table. So if he loses, so be it. At least Mark will then have a 20K stack.
Your quote stuck with me. Going down in stakes is like going down in lifestyle. It's very difficult to do.
I like that.
No, I'm talking about me, not you.
Oh, you're disappointed to be playing this side.
Yeah.
Got it, yeah.
Look at that. When I started playing with you, it was what, 25, 50? Right? And look at this. And I'm like, it's like the same thing, you know.
It's all the
15.
same, yeah. Even if
Mark,
we can't
hearts
exist,
again,
it's
this
the
time
same.
ace
Just
queen
add a
variety.
zero, the game stays the exact same. It doesn't really. Everyone plays all
Raise gets through.
shit. Nobody trying to lose $1 million in a hand, you know.
You'll have that chance.
Theoretically
Yeah.
speaking.
It'll be interesting. Sure. It's just really tough to bind with $1,500 now.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like, you know what it is? I think it's also the time, like how much time you spend playing versus like the return on that time.
Great.
And you know, if you make
11.
$500, that's all right.
Here we go. This is the first time we've seen Andy involved in getting a little out of line here on the button. 3-betting King 8 of hearts. And a flat call out of the big blind from the accountant, King 5 of diamonds. Andy would never guess he's actually dominating the accountant. Ace, Queen 2, both players miss. This is definitely a better flop for Andy's range. He's going to take advantage of it. 1,200 now, and the accountant just forced to fold. Andy actually had the best hand.
5 hard stop for you?
Like 5:30.
I mean, the stream ends I think at 6.
It'll whatever, it doesn't work out. I think they'll get a bunch of Laker games.
Yeah.
Check the odds, they're second favorites.
Really?
Behind Berkman, yeah. Guess who's number 3? This surprised me. I don't know if you'll get it. Play your hand.
7.
Want to take a guess?
No. Why? Oh,
All the NBA? No,
A little bit, no.
yeah. Number 3 is the Warriors.
Now James getting out of line on the button makes it 700, 6 deuces spades on the button over Andy's cutoff raise, and Andy defends.
Clay's coming back. Draymond played well last year.
Well, 3, 6, 7.
Pretty good.
And as far as ranges go, this is going to be an advantage to the person who flat called.
9.
James is betting it though. 900. Andy snap calls with his 7 and a gut shot.
NFL guy moniker.
And there it is. One liner to a 5. Andy has it.
You know, it's sick to see the fact that we're in our mid-30s and
1200
they're all kids. You know?
from Andy.
I always looked at them,
What does
you know,
James do
growing
here
up,
with
I
his
was, oh my
6?
God,
I
those,
mean,
you know, those grown men playing that, and now it's like they're all
very
children.
difficult for Andy, excuse me, for James to rep the 5. Andy can rep the 5 much more easily.
LeBron's 1 year older.
He actually has it.
And he's
James
been in the
calls.
NBA. He's an old man. He's
20
like
years or some shit, right?
River is a king.
geriatric by their standards.
Yeah.
From Andy's perspective, James's hand looks like some sort of overpair that called the turn, maybe jacks, queens, 10s. Something like that.
37.
3,700.
Who's commentating today?
Now it's on James.
Who's
JJ. or-
commentating today?
Really tough to put Andy on a hand you beat. He check called 3, 6, 7.
10 seconds.
You lose if Andy is value betting. So what is he bluffing with? 8, 9? I think 8, 9 is just about the only bluff Andy could have, but James pays it off.
It's a good flop for you.
James might have thought that Andy has a 5 or nothing.
Guys, Victor will be here in 10 minutes.
One of those polarizing
Hey, I think we got a good
situations.
game going on. Fine. I don't mind taking Garrett's money the rest of the show.
Fucking fly is killing me.
Yeah, I mean,
This guy will not fucking.
And just like that, what timing for Andy.
The thing is, I'm just gonna
Just suddenly
miss
starts
95%
freaking up with a couple of hands.
Jackass.
Raises 5, 7 of hearts.
There was one in here
Out of the
other
cutoff,
day, and
hits
one of
the
players
gut- or
was like, anybody who catches
hits the
flag
straight
gets
on the turn.
300
Really nice.
from me.
They gotta keep the fucking doors closed in here. Flies are just a no-go.
I mean, yeah, but that's kind of nuts, right? Like, you figure, like, a room within a room.
Mark has this brand of Pedialyte type thing. Any good? Or?
First time trying it.
Oh yeah.
You hung over or just to stay hydrated?
Just trying to stay hydrated today.
Take it.
Them spot here, 5, 7, 8.
Take it.
Mark's gonna take a stab at it, take it down.
Waited that long just for the 7 high, huh, bro?
Monster.
Even Garrett says it. Been folding and folding. Finally, you get the 7 high.
Today feels super weird, huh? Because it's A, Tuesday, B, it's like early in the day.
Yeah. It's early for me.
I just like am never playing poker on a Tuesday. It feels really weird.
400.
I thought it was Wednesday for a long time. Good thing I asked Wayne yesterday.
13.
Oh, shit. I haven't played poker on a Tuesday forever.
Garrett being relentless with the 3-betting against the accountant makes it 1300 on the button, king 9 of spades. The accountant just folds.
Does your family celebrate Christmas?
Not really.
Not really.
Because they don't really do Christmas in
I think it's the
Taiwan.
3rd or 4th
Like,
time
they put up like lights and stuff, but like
Garrett has 3-bet accountant.
Like, there's like no Halloween, no Thanksgiving. Like,
Definitely no
American
Thanksgiving,
holidays, you know?
obviously. Or Halloween's like kind of obvious too, I guess. If you know anything about the world, you
Yeah.
know Halloween's like basically an American holiday.
Yeah.
I've been in like England, they'll celebrate it.
You're the big one?
They celebrate it in Ukraine now.
What?
Halloween and stuff. So.
What do they celebrate? Chinese New Year? No.
But it's all like national holidays.
been there a bunch.
Going
there next month.
Oh, nice.
October 10th is like the Independence Day
Fun
for
city.
Taiwan.
Okay.
That's a huge one.
Big one.
And then Chinese New Year is like the biggest. Like,
Chinese New Year is the biggest.
and
That's
it's like 2
February
weeks.
or what?
Yeah, it's February.
Yeah.
It's like most of February
400?
too.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like every day you're just drinking and like eating for
Right.
like 2 weeks.
And so that kind of coincides with you wanting to be home then? Is that
Yeah.
part of it?
Do you
or-
speak language
Yeah.
or
No, I don't. I've spent spent 4 months there.
Oh, it's,
I
you
live
can have
there.
a lot of fun there. For it's not
I've read a
very
lot in
expensive
the
and you
news
can have a good
lately
time.
about
China.
A few people are
China
asking, will the
fucked up
game
shit
be
China
full?
tried to
Yep,
do
the
with
game
Taiwan and, yeah.
will be
It's been going
full
on for, like,
eventually.
decades too, though, but like,
Yeah.
it's really hostile. They're like really hostile now. It's
Yeah.
really weird and it's like
It's terrible.
A few of my
Really
friends
hope-
that
I really hope
live
they're
here,
golfing
they
now.
go there with
Yeah.
their whole family like for months.
Would you
at a
prefer
time.
the
I believe
US
2 of the
and
spots will
Marines? I
be
guess so,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Harry and
That's
Victor.
what-
I'm
that's
not
what I always
sure
say to Chris right now.
about the
It's
last
like,
spot.
And it might happen, right?
We're
It actually might.
Four.
In our lifetime, it actually might.
But I came here in '93. I still have some family back there. So that's cool. Just you and I, like always.
And here we go. Garrett deciding not to 3-bet the 6-7 off. Out flops the accountant. Queen 7-8. 400 and a call. And Garrett walking on water so far. Turns trips. I'd imagine, well, an ace-side call is not totally unreasonable, but I'd imagine the accountant's just going to fold here. 1200. Accountant lets it go.
Yeah, it would have already happened if it wasn't for the U.S. like all these years, you know.
Right.
They have already pulled the trigger already.
Yeah, yeah. There's like a Cold War of sorts between the US and
What?
China
Yeah.
in
Yeah, you
recent
got it
years.
on
Yeah.
Do you want to buy or wait a couple
Yeah, I
minutes?
feel like
I'll wait.
streaming, I think channels have done like a lot of good in that way in terms of exposing like just all the fucked up shit China does like in recent years. Like I've learned so much about China in the last 5 years, you know.
It's unreal.
And
Like,
not good things.
their way of thinking is completely foreign to most countries.
Yeah, yeah,
Doing things.
yeah. And like 10, 20 years ago, like you didn't really know anything about them
No.
if you were
Fine.
from the West, you know.
Well, you got to hand it to the accountant. He's been getting 3-bet a lot, but he's not backing down. 6-3 of spades on the button makes it 500.
Then there's all these other funny things.
Mark
like about
defends
it,
the
too,
big
where,
blind.
like, many
And a
online
nice
poker
flop
sites just block
for the
China
account. Pair and a
entirely.
flush
yeah,
draw.
you
Nothing
can-
much.
yeah.
Because like there's
For
so
Mark.
much rampant cheating that they go, yeah,
Bet
fuck
and a
this whole
quick
country.
fold.
We're not letting any of you guys play.
Yeah, it's like the norm there too. Like
That's
with the apps,
crazy,
Like
yeah.
it's expected. It's
I
like
think
once
fun-
cheating is discovered, they just switch
Ah,
to the new
yeah.
app,
Yeah.
and then they just like everybody just moves to the new site, and then once that cheating happens there, they just change, just keep changing.
It's insane, dude.
like-
Yeah.
it's
Like I
standard.
thought, like
It's like standard.
the U.S. was like a greedy society where people did fucked up things
Right.
for money, but it sounds like they don't have shit on China. huh?
There's no morals.
Yeah.
It's like,
China's communist. Forget that. That's what you get.
Shit, sorry.
You're good. People forget very quickly. Short-term memory.
Great.
Great.
Alright, we got one. We got one, man.
yeah, I'm going.
YouTube highlight.
Gotta be.
300 from Garrett.
300.
Great.
That guy's not it.
Andy defends a big blind.
That's one.
Bet and a
Set
fold.
of queens. 6-3.
Next time.
God bless all the streaming channels though, huh? They try to make a thing out of everything. Like this one's like, see Garrett and Andy go head to head today. Like, well, first time for everything, I guess, right? It's the first chance.
Was that the advertising for today?
Basically, yeah.
I'm not part of it. Jesus.
Your name's on the list.
You're on the list. Maybe you're in the picture or some shit too. I don't know. Tell you what, next time you can have my fucking picture.
13. Yeah, 4 from the captain, 13 from Garrett. On the top.
You really might be in the picture after this one, man.
This might be the one.
This could be the one. Here we go.
Talk about enticing action.
One of us is about to get very famous.
And here we go. Garrett 3-betting out of the cutoff. 7-5 of hearts. Gets called in 2 spots. King, queen, 2, 2 clubs. Checked through. 10's his best.
Free catch.
And the accountant's going to take a stab at it with ace high, no draw.
Huh? No? We didn't do it till 30.
And it's going to work. So nice hand there for the accountant.
We started a little late.
I guess you're gonna be super busy again, huh? Like so much November, December into your planning.
So yeah, so that's the whole thing. Now I already have conversations like, hey, can we set up a meeting to go over this? And you know, it's, you're like, well, doesn't this help you to do my taxes later? I said, no, fucker, that does nothing for me. I have to bill you for this time because this is like me doing extra work for fun, so you know what your numbers are going to look like next year.
Of course.
And the year's not over, so it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? This is just so you can do some like distribution planning. You can fix like retirement contributions. Figure out how much money you need to get rid of out of your business. Like, this-
Yeah, this year my accounting firm made it like mandatory for all their clients
250.
to do an end of year meeting. So many moving pieces.
250 from Andy on the button. Accountant's going to defend the big blind, king 5. 3-4 queen. Andy's ace high is best. This could just get checked through the whole way.
200.
200 from the accountant, and
King high.
he's going to snap, look him up with ace high.
Oh, you called me with ace high.
Fuck, bro. You misread your hand over there? Or what?
Thought to myself, what would Linus do?
Oh, there you go.
That's a good shirt.
There you go, yeah.
That would be such a.
What would a fucking supercomputer do here?
Oh, that would be really funny if you had a shirt that said "What would Linus do?" and you wear that on the streams.
Yeah, I should, huh? Just
I'd be like-
anything referencing internet poker, you know, like I could fuck Linus up, heads up, or
Yeah.
just anything. Now
Yeah,
people
people-
talking
head would
about how much
explode.
I suck, and you know.
Making the game less expensive, or what's the deal?
That's standard, isn't it? 250? Oh, you guys can open 3x?
I thought it was like 3.
I'll go to the
Trying
3x.
to
Like that's
reduce
like,
variance.
250 for Andy, out of the cutoff. Accountant defends the small blind, 2 pair for Andy. And the accountant's going to lead out with his 9. 250. And if you're Andy,
On a commissioner.
this
Yeah,
is a
he's
green
so
light, I
weird.
think, to raise for value.
Yeah, he looks like an alien for sure, right? He's a super nice.
Usually
guy.
these small leads into the pre-flop raiser is some sort of moderate to weakish made hand.
Like
In this
the
case,
shaved head's like not working.
we can see it's a
for
pair
him,
of
you know,
9s.
like-
Very rarely will the flat collar pre-flop lead into the razor with a draw. Usually, it's some sort of made hand. 1200 now. Oh, excuse me.
So full of,
That was last one.
you're so full of shit. I can't really.
33.
And Andy's gonna put on a huge bet here, 3,300, a little over the size of the pot.
Another hand.
I thought the raise was coming. I was like, this dude. So full of it. I'm all in.
Counting lets it go.
No, yeah, I do believe I had you beat. I just didn't have the balls to, go through with
It's
it.
all these things I want to do against you in hands. Like, I don't know if I would have it or not have it when I did that, but I just think it'd be so funny if I did that. Just some very big pot. You're so fucking full of it, Andy. I don't even know. I don't know if it'd be good to do with a good or bad hand. I just know either way it'd be fucking hilarious.
Regardless of what you had, it would get clipped.
Your the tweet you sent me was super good.
Which one was
Well,
that?
it was like, I don't even remember what I said initially, but he's like, Garrett knows what I did and I'm sorry. It's so fucking pure.
I knew you would get it. I didn't think the Twitter would get it.
Yeah,
Whatever.
yeah, but I think people watch so many hours of footage. I think a lot of people got it,
Oh,
right?
really? You think so? I thought they
Maybe
would-
not. Maybe they just liked it because it's some sort of interaction, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
It's really hard to know.
Under.
But
Limp
otherwise,
pot.
it's not really funny at all, right? Yeah.
The account's gonna bet top pair,
What
take it
does that
down.
even mean? Yes. I guess they could, like, get it even if they didn't hear us talk. The backstory to that is like we were in some other game. It's like two people play a big hand, one person beats the other one, and they go, "I'm really sorry." I'm like, Andy, please say that to me when you fucking snag me.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing to say in a game where the whole purpose is to take other people's
For
money.
sure,
No.
yeah.
Like, are you really
Imagine
sorry,
playing
right?
basketball, sinking a three-pointer. Sorry.
Sorry.
Well, I think it's a cultural thing now. Everybody's very sensitive to everything, so you have to. But this is one of these like wolf eat wolf kind of games.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this. Versace Mark
Five.
just calling with ace king out of the small blind.
Instead
And then
of
check
celebrating
folds.
A touchdown. So sorry. I had to
4,
do that.
5, 8. Garrett flopped a set. That could have been a
Well, you've
gigantic
seen,
hand.
like the news articles where somebody was reprimanded or something for running up the score. It was like in a high school or a college level game. It was a complete blowout. It was like the top team versus the whatever team, and they just kept going. It was like 100 to 20 at the end of the game or something like that. So I think the coach got stern talking to about that. I'm like, what the? What happened?
That's one of the
to,
things
like,
I've noticed that
competitive
happens when
nature
Garrett plays in a game
sports?
is people do not like to go out of their way to
Correct.
get out of line against Garrett. Often it's Garrett
Now I'm just fixing
putting the
it.
pressure on the other person, making the other person
Yeah.
decide.
Oh yeah. You
call,
see, Pavel
etc.
I'm so sorry, man.
I mean, when's the last time you've seen someone
I don't even know how they do that.
get
How
out
they
of
find
line
the
and
raw
put
aggression to
Garrett
do that,
in
and
a
then they're
tough
just, like,
spot?
chill
Well,
after?
because they have nothing left afterwards.
Yeah.
150.
You
Yeah,
again.
yes. I guess it's like a
You
dump,
again.
an emotional dump, right?
I think the only person who really does it against Garrett is Gall.
Beat the fuck out of someone and then just be like, shake their
Three.
hand right after. Good game.
Limped pot here.
I guess that's just what you do. Like it's the culture you practice.
Andy betting his 7. The accountant turning 2 pair.
12.
Andy going to check call mode on the turn.
Yes.
Check again on the river. Don't meet much value hands here. You beat a flush draw if you're Andy.
No ace this time.
No, it's this time.
Nice hold by Andy.
There was an article where she had an interview, Ronda Rousey, and she dates guys that are not necessarily UFC fighters. So she's like, yeah, it's, and they ask her, like, how do you deal with that in your relationship and stuff? She's like, well, it could get embarrassing. Sometimes my boyfriend and we wrestle, and I'm just playing around, and he's sweating and panting. Like they'll wrestle or whatever.
3.
Dude, if I was dating Ronda Rousey, I would never wrestle her. What are these guys thinking? Fucking stay in your lane. What the fuck?
But then who's doing who in the bedroom? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you gotta have
You gotta
try at least.
Yeah,
right?
you gotta wonder what the fuck's going on in the bedroom in those situations for sure.
13.
Wow, lots of respect I get, huh?
And look at this. Garrett opening under the gun, ace queen. The accountant makes it 1300 out of the big blind. Both players call. And Garrett, who was ahead pre-flop, is now in third place. Andy Paris is 3. The accountant with overs and a flush draw checks it.
Good to see you, man. I think they drew for you. It's probably one of those.
Yeah, you're on 1.
Interesting line from the accountant. 3, 8, 7, 2 clubs. Accountant going to check call mode. Turn is a deuce. The accountant's hand looks a lot like what it is. Ace high, maybe a flush draw. You wouldn't expect the accountant to go into check call mode with a big pair, but Andy checks back on the turn, and Rivers 3 threes.
Check.
Now it's on the account. Looks like he's just going to give it up.
$4,500.
$4,500. Well, the accountant hasn't folded, so he has to think what draws missed. 9-10 missed, a flush draw missed. However, you have 2 clubs, so you block the clubs. Accountant's gonna let it go.
Yes, you got me back.
You guys doing anything special for collect?
I mean, if people want to.
Just time flop.
Yeah, well,
Just gamble one.
Okay. So on board or who? On the board then? Yeah. Okay.
You seat 8.
Yep.
so which seat are we missing? What's the seat that's not in water? 4?
2, 4, or whatever. Yeah, 1, 2, 4.
Great.
$300 from James on the button. Garrett defends the big blind. Deuce, 4, 5. James open-ended.
Great.
Bet in a quick fold
Can I have
from
a
Garrett.
collection as well, please? 100 even.
So we do by seat number, just so
Oh.
you know. So they landed on
That's with a
5.
25?
Yeah.
It was 2, 4, 5, and so seats 2 and 4 aren't taken right now. That's why. Just so you know, it's random. It's not who wins the pot. Or if you don't notice, we'll just have you pay every time.
I like that idea.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if you pick up on it next time. All right, then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Oh, you got me going.
Great. 13.
Here we go. The accountant getting out of line on the button. 7-8 off makes it 1300, and Garrett wakes up with 2 kings, 4200, and
Only time I have position.
you gotta think this is just a fold for the accountant. He only has 9500 behind.
Yeah, I had to stop
Just a
there.
bad timing to make a move.
Hit traffic in between.
You want flying?
Okay.
I'm on
You
this
didn't have
side,
him-
so
he
coming
only
here
paid
is always
for,
more convenient.
5
though.
people,
So
right?
it's hard
Yeah.
for me to get to
Yeah.
that place.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it seems like hustle. Quick
So
shot.
25, right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 24 actually.
24. Okay. You want to come in?
Yeah, come on.
200. Yeah, it's too big.
51.
51-1. Yeah, it's too big right now.
The accountant has had a couple of rough hands, but he has put it pedal to the metal regardless. And welcome to the game. There's Victor in seat 1. Welcome, Victor. First hand for Victor. Well, limped pot. Andy the best hand here with a queen. Andy gonna bet his queen for value. No one else with a pair though.
What do you just miss the small? I just throw it.
Hey, just around the button, please. Yeah.
Is it mandatory to put the straddle on the button?
No, it's two. It's a small
Oh,
button on the
too
button.
small,
It was
okay.
too big last time.
Yeah, it'll like work
Raise to
itself
3.
out after.
Okay, yeah. No.
Yeah, next time it goes back to normal.
I do love the internet comments though, like I'll watch the stream and I kind of know like, how terrible I am at this game. And, I know my ups and downs and then I read the comments and it's just like the worst, right? Like there's no, so I'm like, well, come and play.
Yeah.
Come and play and we'll talk about it.
I mean, every
Mark raising out of the cutoff.
No.
James defending this big line. Ace jack 8. No one with a pair. King high is best.
Nothing at stake and
Take it.
Mark bets take it
it's
down.
kind of complicated when you play on streams. Like, have like the self-awareness to figure out like if or where you should be better, but also like
well, that's why I play on stream so I can see it.
yeah. But also like if you listen to the chat, you're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be severely misguided too, because they're just gonna say everyone sucks every hand at all times. So
Eric
yeah,
Hicks
but
in
I
the
don't
chat.
know.
What's up, Eric?
That's not my like personality. I don't give a
Yeah,
shit if I care that
You learn a lot by seeing the whole cards,
Right.
right? And then just independently figuring it out.
It's like everyone knows what they're doing when they can see everybody's cards, right? Yeah. 3.
I thought you were gonna bluff Victor. No.
Also, by the way, did you hear the accountant just talk? He's calling out the chat.
I'm done bluffing.
So overrated, right? Shit's so stressful.
Just as chat was saying stuff about the accountant saying I go and watch the stream and the chat is not kind to me. So
Yeah,
I just folded. Like,
Oh, no, I was gonna bet that. What was the movie? Have you seen the movie Molly's Game?
Of course.
That's poker.
Right?
He goes, I don't like poker. He goes, I'm just like ruining people's
Cool.
lives.
Sorry.
I'm like, oh man. Supposed to go by Toby Monroe.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty savage, little scrawny little kid, right? Like, no? No?
Toby, I do not know. No, I know some other people that are involved in that, but no, not Toby. But I've heard there's a lot of truth to the character who played Toby. That's all I know.
My wife thought they could have cast it better. I said, well, maybe they didn't want to, so that it's not like written.
Jessica Chastain, though, man.
Fantastic.
She's just the best. I love everything about her.
She's a great actress.
She's not hard to look at. Just
Correct.
Everything
Yeah,
about
yeah,
her.
she played the sexy role. She played the intelligent role. Like, it was all
Yeah, you see her in Zero Dark 30.
Three.
no.
That movie's so great.
That movie's awesome.
So cool, right?
Victor raising under the gun, ace jack. Mark defending the big blind, 2 sevens. Well, pretty good flop for ace jack, and not a very bad flop for sevens either.
You got Harry and that's it.
Jack 8 deuce rainbow.
Can I have the white for that, please?
Bet and a call. Wow.
Did I do it right?
Victor's gonna
Yeah,
check
you're good,
back.
thank
Ace jack, pretty good turn card, you would think, for ace jack. River is a queen. Pretty
Wait,
bad card
bottom.
for Mark. Victor's hand
Really nice.
looks like a river to queen. 700 from Victor.
Games with no time shift. He does.
If you're Mark, you still beat the other ace highs. Ace king, ace 10, something like that.
I mean, if you make like day 4, it's fine.
So, I was
4,900.
gonna say something.
Wow.
I
And
looked
look
the
at
schedule,
this.
right? For me,
Hey,
I
everyone that was
childcare,
calling
work it out with my wife,
Mark tight,
with the kids,
look at
so I
this.
wanted it, like,
4,900
all
turning his pocket
figured out, you know,
sevens
if I make it
into
further than whatever, I
a
wanna be
bluff.
But they have like
Versace
6
Mark
day
is basically
ones,
saying
and
after you
like
check back the
following
turn,
up.
the absolute best hand you can have here is a pair of queens. I can have
for us,
9-10.
Vegas is not like
I can
pop-up
have
flight in
a
and
river
out, like,
2
you can-
pair. I can have a set that was
You
looking to
could do
check raise
something
on the
where
turn
like
a
you went
river.
to the very last of the day.
The best hand you can
You
have
could do that.
Yeah.
But
is a
then
pair
it's
of
like,
queens.
Why?
then you're just
4,900
stacks
Yeah,
and
you're just
from
just gonna
Versace
gambling,
Mark,
right?
and
You
now
have to run
Victor
even hotter to try and get a stack thing.
And apparently, like the
is
first
gonna
day will
call
run, like,
anyway.
like
Wow,
the-
what a call
the
from Victor.
belligerent cash games.
Wow.
Welcome to the table, Victor. Saying, hey, I'm not gonna get bullied.
So yeah, Austin will be fun. That'll be this coming week. Like I want her to go somewhere. I'm like, babe, go to Vegas, go do something. She's like, you don't understand. You just pack your shit and leave. I have to think about the kids. I said, I'll figure out the kids. Don't worry, just go. She's like, well, they're my kids. I'm like, well, they're my kids too. I'm like, so,
You're the big one.
yeah, I can't win, you know. Like
The thing
like, I
is,
want-
Mark
you know,
was
I'm so
correct
tired because
in that
of
the best hand the Victor could have there
What do you
is
think,
a pair of
Andy's
queens.
tempting you to get married or what?
So I was just gonna say
But that doesn't
I was
guarantee they're gonna fold.
Garrett's not happy here. It's like easily goes.
No, I would say for every one story, like what Nick just said, and that's not even bad. I hear like 9 from people just, and I know it's because they just got married, so everyone's just like has something positive to say, but
Yeah.
just so many people talking about how happily married they all are. So many people have been saying that to me.
Well, no, it's just it's not about that. There's obviously happiness, otherwise you wouldn't like.
Of course.
We were together for 10 years, 8 years before we even like.
Yeah.
Your wife seems super cool, by the way, when I met her.
Say again?
Your
Oh,
wife-
she was cool, thank
she
you.
looked like she's exactly what I thought, the kind of person that you.
Yeah, of course, right?
I mean, I was like,
Yeah.
that's her.
Exactly, right? Just
I get it.
super nice, super low key, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
keeps like a high strung fuck like me in line.
Right.
for sure.
There has to be a balance. It can't be 2 of you. You guys murder each other. If there was 2.
Also, yeah,
Yeah, I'm usually like
The
trying to be
check
pretty
raise
humble,
size
but I'm
was
not really, like, with her.
gigantic.
She's just great.
Yeah.
Very, very.
I wonder how, I mean, what Victor thought of that sizing, and if that made him want to call more
So
or less.
We both went to this party this last weekend, Andy and I. And it's the
400
first
from
time
James under the gun.
I ever met my wife.
Andy
It's
calling out of the big
kinda
blind,
funny,
78
just given,
diamonds.
like, the
Well,
millions of hours him and I have hung
3,
out,
5,
you
8,
know.
2 spades.
Absolutely.
Andy outflops James.
Does she know how to play poker?
5.
Should know the rules.
No interest.
Not really. No.
500 and a snap call from Andy.
A couple times we've kind of gone over like
8.
what hands beat what, but she just
And
kind of.
Andy's going to lead 800.
care.
James,
Yeah.
let's go. Ace high.
Usually the conversation goes something like, she's like, okay, I want to learn. I want to learn the rules. Maybe I'll tune in sometimes. And I'll be like, do you really like want to learn? Do you really want to tune in, or are you just trying to be nice? Because I actually don't give a fuck.
Right, if you watch it or
If
not.
you ever watch or not, or if you she goes, all right, yeah, I don't really give a fuck. That's like the end of the conversation. But I appreciate her like trying to show an interest, you know.
No, my wife could not care less. And she like,
Yeah. What about you, Victor? Your wife? She knows how to play, or
No, she has no idea.
also the same, right?
Yeah, she doesn't care to watch or
Yeah,
play or
of
want to
course.
learn.
Yeah,
I think it's better that way.
it's better. I think it's better. For
Yeah.
sure.
You're gonna have that peace when you go home, you know?
It's nice, for sure.
I don't want to go
start
home and her
critiquing your
critique my
play.
hands.
Yeah. Oh my
Well,
god.
you can't
I've
really
heard,
play.
You know, you
I've
three
heard
got
that
a little
story
light
so
out of
many
position.
times from poker couples. It's already so brutal being told like you're wrong, but being told you're wrong about like poker. Oh god, that sounds impossible.
25.
The accountant, giant 3-bet here. 2,500 with King 10 off. And I think this was a limp re-raise. There's no straddle, then the accountant limped, re-raised this hand, King 10. You would never guess the accountant would have King 10 here. And he gets through.
Pretty good one, yeah. I wasn't really watching until Showdown, but I like felt like he called pretty quick. Did he? Yeah.
Nick, you're the big one?
Definitely seemed like one of those hands where like you guys have played a few against each other in the past. That wasn't the first hand you played against one of
You
these.
Not
snapped it
surprised.
off with sevens.
Can I purple strap with you?
300 from Garrett under the gun. Accountant defending the big blind. Ace, ace, 8. And the accountant's going to lead out 300 with ace high. And Garrett calls, and you got to think he's calling with evil intentions here. Turn is a 10. And the accountant looks like he really wants to bet again. Queen high into ace, ace, 8 into the pre-flop razor. And Garrett just lets it go.
I wasn't looking. I try not to look or I start crying.
What a strange hand. I mean, Garrett,
I noticed that. We played a couple hands.
Called
we
the
didn't even look
flop.
at the board. I'm like, don't you
so
guys
that
need
if
to
he
know
got
what's
checked
out
too, he
there?
could
Make your
have and
decision.
represent an ace.
Just classic judge.
Or maybe even a pair.
Yeah,
like a pair below
He
the
can
ace.
just
Peripheral
feel the aura of how strong I am and makes his decision based on
Clearly
that.
not, right? Because it would have helped me a couple times for sure. I think I just watch all your bluff highlights and I'm like, ah, he's always full of shit.
He never has it. Fucking.
Except that hand with John. That was fucking poor guy. Like I honestly felt bad for him. I'm like,
Yeah. It's not a spot where John just goes for it
Yeah.
every day. So, yeah.
and you just stone cold nuts. Like there's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta just play my hand the way I did.
Please. 750.
You Laker fan, Victor?
Andy opening
Laker fan?
out of the
No.
cutoff with 2 5s.
Boston,
Okay, Celtics.
Celtics, Red Sox.
James getting out of line on the button. King for a dime
Too.
makes it
All of you.
750.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the odds for the championship this year, like, as I kind of tentatively was trying to figure out which games I'm going to go to. I was surprised to see Boston so far down there. They're kind of like in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, they're not.
They got
strong,
old.
so,
No, their
but-
team got old.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you look at the
Yeah, maybe around like the 12th, 14th best odds. or
Garrett did not call,
Yeah, I
but
can
Andy
see that.
did. So heads up here.
It's gonna come down
750.
to a few young pieces that we have.
And
Yeah.
a set of
And
fives
hopefully,
for Andy.
Caleb
James
Brown, he needs to like show up.
with
Yeah.
nothing. Snap
Fun.
checks it back.
Yeah, he is. He's a good defender.
You would
I
think,
feel like
as a
he's good
pre-flop
on both
raiser, you
ends of the court.
Yeah.
Bet at least
know,
once,
like,
try to
He's
represent the
inconsistent
ace.
offensively.
Right.
Andy leads out
What
1,000.
can you say about Tatum? But like, as good as he is, as
And
much as he
James,
gets, like, I feel like he's
who
even
has
better.
a gut
The
shot
guy's
to the
just so
6.
insane.
Oh, Tatum, yeah.
He's just
Tatum's-
nuts, right?
he's
In the
sick.
playoffs,
He's
just
gonna
like-
raise.
just 1-on-5, and he's so.
Yeah, he could take over a game.
He's so
Which is an
fun.
absolutely
benefit.
strong
Yeah.
line, basically saying I have
23, 24.
Yeah, he's young,
a set
yeah.
here. I mean, what is he repping after he
I like
checks it
everything
back
about him. He's like
on the flop and raises the
great
turn?
interview. Seems like a guy who's got his shit together.
Yeah,
He's
for
great.
sure.
Looks like pocket aces.
He doesn't
or
fuck
nothing.
around Either. Like, you can
Yeah.
tell he's laser focused.
Yeah, for sure.
Love the guy.
I don't follow baseball anymore, but I know the Sox are still in it. What's going on in their series?
They're up 2-1.
2-1,
They won
okay.
last night.
Nice. Who are they playing?
The Astros.
The Astros, got it.
Yeah.
River is a jack.
Haven't been following
Andy
baseball
checks it
yet.
over.
I just can't follow.
Me either.
Too many
Does
games.
James go for it?
Long games.
When I was younger, I used to watch every game, and now I can't do it anymore.
Baseball?
Baseball. Yeah.
Oh.
You love it so much.
James needs to ask
No,
himself,
no,
would
I
he ever,
never
if
could
he's
get
trying to
into
bluff
baseball,
off
but,
Andy, we know it's not going to work.
probably basketball and football are the two that
Of course. Same.
But James needs to ask himself, would he ever play just an ace this strongly?
Memories of baseball is
He
always
bets.
going and getting really drunk.
It looks like he's repping the
Not much
set.
different game
James
with a football game.
does let it, well, check it back.
I
And Andy's
think
going to win with a set.
appreciate the athleticism of football a little bit more. I know it's terrible to say that, but you know. Because it takes a lot to hit a ball at 80 miles an hour. Just like the.
I watched the Patriots game. Was it Monday night or Sunday night football? I can't remember.
Sunday.
Yeah. What a heartbreaking game that
Wow,
was,
that was a
dude.
tough game, yeah.
Fucking hey.
They're battling, you know.
Yeah.
They should.
Oh, but
I
if
feel
you-
like they're overperforming for the pieces they have.
Sure.
Have a rookie quarterback.
And here's the winning so far.
I'm a Cardinals fan.
Things
so I
have been
was definitely cheering
going
for 'em in that game, you know, for NFC.
Andy's
Yeah,
way.
Kyler Murray's
Every time Andy's
amazing.
involved,
That team.
things
they're
just
gonna-
work out
they're
so
gonna win
far.
a Super Bowl eventually
It
with
is
Murray.
nuts how good we're playing.
The
out
opposite
there.
has been-
I'm blown away.
For James.
This could be the year. for
Yeah.
sure, like, I don't
That's
know.
why I was telling Cowboys Patriots game. Yeah. But yeah, I have a trip planned in a few weeks to go to Arizona to see a game. I'll probably end up going like 5 times because like
Yeah.
it feels like this is something special.
Oh, I
you
think
know,
so too.
I'll definitely fly in if they have like any home playoff games or
How
whatever.
far is the flight from LA to Arizona?
Hour in the air.
Oh, that's cool.
So close. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Figure it's even less. On
And
the,
Once
I'm
again, if
from
you're
there,
just
so I have
joining
so
us,
many friends and family
50,
from
100,
there,
$100
too.
big blind
Awesome.
ante,
Have
high
you been there?
stakes
Like,
on a
South
Tuesday.
area? Oh,
No,
it's
I
like
haven't.
Nightlife, dining, everything there's so fun.
Yeah, I wanna
I'm
go.
Jeremy Fremlin.
If
And if you like what you
maybe
see,
golf there, too.
hit that like
Yeah,
button.
I do golf, so I was just in Palm Springs this past weekend.
Palm Springs is good golf.
Yeah.
What were you saying? Nick?
no, I was saying. you
Really
should
helps
go
out the show.
It's a 2-hour flight on a little.
Right?
Little-
Yeah. Even on a little guy going what, a couple hundred miles an hour?
Yeah.
You realize the big planes, they have to climb higher, so that actually takes them.
Andy
There was a Vegas flight. that I
racing
was
out of the
on, and they
hijack with
did
threes. Versace
straight,
Mark
like,
just
straight
called out of the
over
big
the
blind
runway,
with jacks and
supposed to
flops
have
his
a
set.
different approach.
Yeah.
I swear it was a 30. We came 20 minutes early on an hour flight.
Yeah.
So like, most of it is like you're on the ground
Taxing.
sitting there. Yeah. So
Especially
like,
LAX, the
yeah.
taxing takes forever.
So like I made it to Vegas. I think it was 34 minutes. Like from the
250
time that I
and
got
a
on the plane to
call.
the time that I got off.
Yeah.
And, well, the turn is a queen. I was going to say Andy's probably done with it, but the queen does open the door for a turn barrel
500.
with that one liner to a straight. Any ace or 9 makes it straight.
That goes by fast.
500.
Fun. 130.
Mark calls.
I can handle either way, but I always enjoy myself way.
Mark
more.
really wanted the board to pair. River is a deuce.
Gives you something to do and the endless hands you're not in.
Now it's on Andy. You know you need to bet to win.
Also, there's no threats at the table, maybe other than the one sitting across from you.
And there it is.
It's all like
1400.
Amateur hour here.
And a snap fold from Mark. Nice hand there from Andy. For Andy.
We're always all in good company. All these games. None of us are really threatened by anyone.
No, I get it. I mean, but you know, there's
I know. If Linus was here,
yeah, or
I wouldn't be talking to you.
or
shooting bullets. Yeah.
or Alex. Alex is his name. Boxing.
Boxing. Yeah. I don't know if I care. I just feel nervous having a guy staring like he wants to fuck me the whole time. Telling me fucking about the vaccine's gonna kill us all or whatever the fuck.
Is that what he said?
Probably. Fuck, dude.
Thanks for
I
the
said I
compliment,
wasn't gonna
Leto.
stop talking shit about me on stream. Damn it. There we go again.
300.
Great.
1100.
I didn't even know you had cards still.
Sorry, yeah. Makes you feel better. They're like marked with mud.
Done. There you go. Less light opens, more 3 bets. Less light opens, more 3
There
bets.
you go. There you go. You got it.
It wasn't that light. I just.
You folded the worst hand.
Appreciate the.
You're welcome. You folded the better hand. You suck. It again reminds me of the epic tweet, choose your weapon. Oh my god, it's so good.
What was that for?
It's just some high roller tournament where it's like 2 super pros just staring at each other like they're trying to fucking hook up with each other or kill each other or some combination.
That should be the promo for the like. We should recreate that.
We should. It's just like us just staring down each other's throats.
Oh, I'm sure they have that.
Choose your weapon.
300.
Oh, it's like a meme thing.
Yeah, but it was like not, it wasn't an edited picture. Like the picture was real. It's like 2 guys in a hand and there's like no money in the middle.
Oh, they're like staring.
yeah, it's like, I think it was like one guy limped.
300 from Mark, out of the cutoff. Victor defends. Well, he calls out on the button, check 9 of diamonds.
It's amazing.
What strikes me odd is, you know, I mean,
350.
people, I mean, it's
And
very
Mark just
difficult
checks-
to do
check
that,
folds.
like, at what point do you not give a shit about like the small things, right? Like you can be serious in a big hand or whatever, but stuff like that is just.
That's like the most exhausting thing about tournaments.
Right?
It's just like having to deal with.
It's not that difficult of a choice. There's only so many card combinations you can have. You figure like, I don't know.
Nick, you're the big.
It's a difficult game, and it can cause you a lot of strife, but not at every single hand that you're in. $
350. 1100.
If you're dead as like a player, why not
Andy,
just play online?
3-betting on the button. Ace 9 of hearts. Victor,
You don't want the social.
initial razor with A6 off. He's gonna let it go.
No guys that feel that way.
Really?
They'd much rather just be at home.
Oh no,
That's like my night. It's really depressing.
sounds like a very fast way to like just lose your sanity.
For sure, yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I'm just a social person, so I die without that.
Yeah, yeah. Many people would think the opposite, right? Having to be around a bunch of people and it's like their idea of like stressful time.
There's some math guys, I guess.
At the risk of getting too deep, I think that's one of the things that's really cool about poker, is you can be at a table with people and you could be social or not.
You can go inward.
You can kind of go inward. You don't really have to talk with people, but yet you're still kind of part of like a, like a
The
social
mix,
environment.
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
1050.
When it's all over, you'll have something to talk about.
1050. However you want to say.
Like this is something like I think about a good bit. Like when I'm out doing.
Back-to-back 3-bets here.
social things and almost everything you do, like in the
Last time
evening,
Victor raised,
right,
Andy
right.
3-bet.
I almost always like drink as well. Everyone does.
This hand Victor raised,
Like,
Andy
I feel
3-bets
like
again.
we're all
Ace-6 of clubs this
uncomfortable
time.
not drinking.
3150.
And
I mean, I can do
James,
it. It's what either way, you know. But I usually
not
drink, I
buying
just
the
prefer
back-to-back
to.
3-bets, puts in the cold 4-bet,
But at the poker
3150.
table, like,
Right,
I don't
right.
need to drink to be like social with people, and I feel like there's like something about like you can kind of just
We haven't
do your
seen
own thing at times. You can be quiet at
James
times. Like,
get
there's not
very
this
out of line
social
pre-flop
pressure
as
to
far
always
as
be talking.
3-betting and 4-betting.
But also,
So difficult spot here for Andy. I wouldn't be surprised if he folds.
Yeah, for sure. You have that commonality. That's cool too. Yeah.
James' cold 4 gets through.
Like I think I've always kind of had like a little bit of social anxiety. I think most people do, like at least on some level. Yeah. But I never really have felt that much like at the poker table. Like I know I can kind of just
be yourself.
be myself or be quiet, like if I want to. You wouldn't think so. But, yeah. Andy and I, we play together many times where I'll be quiet for long periods because
Yeah.
that's just like the group dynamic or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
No idea Andy spoke till this year.
I didn't.
He did in smaller groups, but yeah.
I'm
And
just
that-
kidding,
yeah.
Andy. I just, that was the.
250.
That's a common thing for a lot of people too. They're happy to talk in a group of 2 or 4, but not 10. you know?
Yeah, and also like the game has changed. Like back when we used to play, it was like 7 guys that were desperately trying to take, you know, every single edge, you know.
For sure,
Whereas
yeah.
like the games are just way relaxed
Yeah,
nowadays,
definitely.
and like I don't have to feel like I have to be like, you know.
For sure.
Terminator.
You probably also realize like
Step in.
what you gain is like small if nothing, right?
Yeah. Plus it's just not fun. To me. It's like
Yeah.
I feel like I have to play.
Yeah, totally.
3 players.
253 ways. Andy, the pre-flop raiser, flops the nut flush draw, and the accountant with top pair. So you can see a big pot here. James is going to call with 5s. Accountant also calls. Well, right away on the turn, there's the nuts for Andy.
1500.
1500. Pretty miserable card if you're James. Tougher for the accountant to fold here with a queen. He's gonna call. And let's see how much
Heads up.
Andy bets on the river. 9 on the river.
Ooh. 1500.
While giving the accountant 2 pair. Looks like Andy bet what, 1500 again and a snap call
Wow.
from the accountant.
Nice hand.
Alright, how are we doing collection, boys? Bomb
Same.
pot,
Same.
normal.
How are we doing it?
Yeah, sometimes depending upon the lineup, people want to do it one way versus the other. Sounds like we're just doing normal hand and then left to right on the board. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll play.
Yep.
You ready for me?
I always deal you in if you're in the win. 250. I mean, I always deal you in anyway. $1,200. Like 520.
On the heels of that last hand, Andy beat the accountant.
you're
Accountant
good. No,
3
we
bets
call.
ace
Oh,
king.
geez.
Off the board.
Andy's just gonna let go 3s. The dealer's like, what, you folded? Almost put out the flop.
5, 6, 90, 115, 91, 115, 115.
I made a little bit too much on that hand, huh? That was my mistake.
Oh, just now?
Yeah. I didn't see that you only bet, like, I didn't register fast enough that it was only 250 and I made like 750 call.
750?
The accountant wanting action on that ace-king.
Raise.
500.
Garrett racing up, the 9-3 of clubs gets through.
Oh, which one was it? Oh, got it. You did it for the collection pot at that one. No. I was just trying to figure out why you did the board. I thought somebody asked for it, but
No.
never mind.
I mean, I guess you could say the paper gods asked for it.
Yeah.
Not a very corporeal someone, I suppose. 500. $500.
Check.
Looks like $500 two ways. Oh no, it's not 500. Yeah, well yes it is. There we go. Graphics messed up a bit there. 500 from Victor on the button. The accountant called. Pretty good flop for ace 10. Goes check on the turn, and the accountant hits his gut shot on the river. Also brings in the spades.
1500.
$1,500 now from the accountant. You feel compelled to call after you play your hand in a pot control line. I mean, often
10 seconds.
when you check back these hands, it's to call once you're bet into on the turn of river, even if it's a scary turn of river. So Victor feels compelled to call with the 10. And the accountant getting a little redemption there.
It is Victor, right? Yeah. Okay. I knew there was somebody named Victor coming to the game. I had to double check those.
Can we do a straddle round?
I want to make sure I wasn't calling the wrong name, something horrible. Or are they going to do random straddles? So, okay. Live straddle 200. Up. 800 total.
I think
600.
the accountant raised out of the big line. It's not showing up on the graphics, and Garrett called after limping under the gun. And the accountant, who was the pre-flop raiser, checks the flop. Garrett bets the, well, that's the flop. Now two pair for the accountant. Does he check again?
I check.
And it looks like Garrett's just done with it unless he hits a 7. River's a 4. And the accountant looking off into space checks again. Oh, excuse me, no, he did not check again.
Probably not gonna fold. Think about it for a second. Probably not.
2,200 now from the accountant.
King, queen.
Wow, and Garrett calls. Putting the accountant on ace high, flush draw, something like that.
doing a straddle. Yeah.
Just barely had me.
You didn't have a 4, that was already good.
Well, straddle 200.
Well, Bearcat says it was a straddle by Garrett, the account limp called. Okay, the hand makes a little bit more sense now.
Raise 600.
James getting really out of line here on the button. Deuce 5 of hearts makes it 1800, and Victor's going to defend his raise. Queen Jack of diamonds. Well, not a bad flop. You're 3-betting Deuce 5 of hearts. 4, 6, 7. And if James bets this,
1500.
I would think Victor's just going to be done with it. But I'm wrong. Wow, Victor check calling with Queen Jack of diamonds. Well, there's the 3. Could Victor try to represent the 5 that James has? Victor checks it over to James. And Victor's thinking, why are you betting, James? I mean, I'm the one that's supposed to have the 5 here. But Victor just lets it go.
I have to get myself to eat. Here, when you start eating, I'll probably order food. It doesn't work well if you're sitting here hungry and all you can think about is food. And then you feel like all you care about is wanting to eat. You don't give a shit what happens. You know, you're just...
Then order now.
No, ow.
Order now. So you
Can we get a... Sorry.
Excuse me, can we please order somebody with a food?
Not yet, but I will be.
Okay, that's good.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
This is straddle round.
Yes, sir. 700.
King 8, huh? Favorite hand? Pardon? Yeah. Oh, for pocket 3s.
Well, you can do gentleman's favor. Raise 500. Raise 2000.
James makes it 500 out of the hijack. 9-10 of clubs. And Garrett snap 3-bets it to 2000 with ace-5 of diamonds.
That's up.
Wow, bit of a action flop here. Garrett
2000.
pairs his 5. James overs and a flush draw.
Raise 5,000.
And James is going to raise right away 5,000. The stacks are pretty awkward with this raise size. Makes it 5,000 with just over 12,000 behind. And Garrett calls. Well, there's the flush for James. And a snap all in. And Garrett smiles. Now it's on Garrett. Call the flop, hoping James has a hand like, there's got there, a flush draw. Maybe a hand like 5-6, a pair, and a straight draw.
You could be honest with us.
Why does he just show you his hand?
With the
maybe
flush
neither.
getting there,
Maybe neither.
makes the call much tougher. And Garrett does let it go.
Minimum there.
Flush minimum. I hate to see the best hand. It's a minimum flush.
Ace king of spades would be pretty good there.
Good hand.
And like the part that I really enjoy about live poker that you don't get online is you can get live reads, and that's part of the psychology of the game that you kind of lose when you're staring at a screen.
Sure. It's more complicated. Than things
Change
going
your
on
stuff.
online.
Yeah, and then you also have to be able to kind of pull off the act as well as play the game, which is not that easy.
When you convince yourself of a read that's not there.
Yeah.
Be wrong, hate yourself after. There's a lot of painful things.
I got a read.
Oh, that's 6.
600.
Looks like the straddle is on.
Alright, we're good.
600 from Garrett. James defending the straddle. Pretty good flop for ace 8, 3-6-8 rainbow.
1,000.
1,000, and James is gonna let go of his gut shot.
I was telling somebody I was playing it the other day and saying that online, like sit, drink, and like watch the streams or whatever, just hang out at home when everybody goes to sleep. I was like starting Googling like,
200.
how do you know if you're a degenerate, like degenerate poker player? And it just, you go on Reddit and then you have like the funniest comments.
Yeah, Reddit's so great for everything.
And just, okay, yeah, like I have some ways to go.
I read about a bunch of Reddit stuff like music festivals, and every conversation just immediately devolves like into something about COVID or the vaccine. Like, so,
I stop, I tune out, I don't fold your straddle.
I wish.
Nick, I need another 100 for the Ante, please. $400. $1,400.
The accountant getting really out of line here, out of the big blind, 10-8 off. Victor dominating him with king 10.
That's it.
Defends his open, king 10 ace. Victor with 2 pair.
1,100.
$1,100 from the accountant. Quick call from Victor.
$2,500.
And the accountant's going for it, 2,500. You gotta think Victor's going nowhere with 2 pair. I think Victor's calling down unless a scare card comes. Well, that's not a scare card, 4 of spades. Now remember, the accountant has a 10, so he's trying to get Victor to fold an ace or a king. But 2,500 is not going to do it.
Two pair. Yeah, it's off. You got it.
Versace Mark. 2 aces suited in red. First time we've seen aces on the show. Makes it 300. Mark's hoping
Three players.
that the accountant gets out of line, just like he got out of line with Victor that last hand. But no one re-raises. 6, 9, 10, 2 spades, checked around.
500.
Garrett with the 7 to the straight leads out and everyone folds. Sachi Mark checking back that flop. 10, 9, 6, 2 spades as it favors the callers, and it was a big multi-way pot. Just checks it back and lets it go on the turn.
Battle still on?
No.
Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
$400.
Once again, welcome. If you're just joining us, 50, 100, $100 big blind ante. I've been with you here for the show, Jeremy Fremlin. High stakes on a Tuesday. Let's go.
$250. Time. Give hand.
Andy now, ace king of hearts. It's been a while since I've seen Andy have like a really good hand. 250, counting calls. 3 ways, well, 3-way action here. 250.
4 players. Three players.
Well, ace, 8-3 rainbow. Really good flop for Andy, but Victor and the accountant with not much of anything.
What happened to Double M? Doesn't play anymore? Or he's back in New York?
I heard from him in a while. He might be back in New York. I'm not sure. That'd be my guess. He'd probably be next on.
Nick, did you want to get food?
Yes, please. Yeah, can I,
$500.
you know the Korean plate? Yeah. Yeah, with the meat, the rice, and then the kimchi, and maybe like a bottle of water, a sparkling.
One steamed rice, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
500 from Garrett out of the cutoff. Victor just calling with ace queen off out of the small blind. 6, 4, queen. Looks like Victor's going to get rewarded with just calling with the ace queen. 4, 5, 6, 400 and a call. And Garrett wisely checks it back. 1-liner to a straight now. Victor checks it over to Garrett.
I think I'll check.
And Garrett, yeah, Garrett wisely checks it back.
I don't know what.
That pot could have been much bigger and much more interesting if Victor 3-bet at pre-flop. Mad Benjamin says, good evening, Jeremy. What's up, Mad Benjamin?
I'm gonna add 4,000.
Next adding 4,000. $400. $250.
$250 from Andy on the button. And a bit of an action flop. 3, 10, 7, 2 spades. Account open-ended. Andy overs and a flush draw. And the account leads into Andy.
1,000.
And casually throws out 1,000. A snap call from Andy. And there's the nuts for the accountant. And Andy Rivers top pair. Accountant looking off into space. Trying to think of a number here.
36.
3,600.
Massive bet, 3,600. The last time we saw him bet like this, he had king queen against Garrett, 2 pair, and Garrett paid it off with a pair of 7s.
10 seconds, Andy.
It's an interesting spot for Andy. I mean, the one hand that really gets there, which the accountant has, is 8-9. But does the accountant really lead out with 8-9, all 3 streets? You would think not, but in this case he did. Andy also loses to a hand like 10-jack, jack-7.
People said that.
It's hard to think of any bluffs the accountant could have. That's the thing, because you really want the accountant to have spades, and you have 2 spades in your hand. So Andy's going to call.
Straight.
Dangerous man when you make hands. Huh? You gonna get paid plenty when you make hands.
I learned from you.
Yeah, we both have that in common, for sure. I don't think he had much either. Just like I didn't have much when I called you on it again.
So I called Garrett because I was thinking, well, Garrett. if
And
you-
notice the light.
Yeah.
the light needling that Garrett is doing to Andy.
Seems like he's onto something.
200. We play.
I mean, it's all in fun, of course. Garrett and Andy, both friends, know each other well, and have played together a ton.
$500.
They don't want to give it to you.
Look like king high. I don't really believe you, but what can I do?
Yeah, correct. Yes. Well, I can raise. The problem is
You can raise. I don't have to fold, even if I don't
Correct,
have any
correct.
limits. That makes it tougher. I might. Definitely might.
See, that's the problem with stack size, right? If I play a larger stack, we have a different dynamic.
I don't know. There?
Here we go. We haven't seen many multi-way pots. $300 four ways. Well, 9, 10, Jack, 2 spades. Victor with a flush draw. Versace Mark actually has the best made hand right now with a pair of 9s.
900.
The turn is a queen. Got checked through on the flop. Mark now has a pair and the nut flush draw. Andy with 2 pair. And Victor with just bare spades leads out into the field, 900. James with the straight to the queen calls. And Mark calls.
3 players.
River is a brick. Does Victor want to go for it here?
The whole stream.
Victor needs to ask himself.
The poker game's really like bought a lot of.
Well, no, he's going to check.
I think so. Yeah.
And now James is going to go for some value
Play a lot higher than that.
with his 8.
Stream is the,
900.
whatever it is. It's like what everybody wants, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I'm also now really spoiled because you have the private room, right? It's very like niche and curated. And it's really hard to like go and play. And,
Again, like, we don't have to wear masks.
yeah, like all these like little. Yeah.
But mostly it's like getting to go.
He's only
there
down
and see
1700 at one point.
Right. That, I mean, that makes the game 100% more fun.
Or see what an idiot you are.
Yeah. Obviously, plenty of both, right?
Justin Stack. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, that emotional roller coaster. I'm
Sound
brilliant. No, I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah. The line's so thin, right? You really go
Cut
in.
again.
You're either brilliant or a
Sound good?
moron in every single one.
There we go. Awesome.
First time playing on a stream?
When you asked that question of whether I was nervous or not, kind of felt like you were kind of just.
No, I like had a pretty bad hand. I was
Oh, you're
like-
pretty bad, eh?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I was like,
Should have let you
never
bluff
really-
at it.
What's that?
Should have let you bluff at it.
Yeah, yeah. Probably checking would have been the move.
What's up, guys?
What up, Harry? How you doing?
How you doing?
No, if I would I would have said that and at least thought about it for a while longer if I was.
Did we
gonna
get the
win.
Dodger game on?
Is it? You have like white chip that change? I mean, I don't care if it's.
Okay,
it's
no,
yeah, it
it's-
doesn't bother me.
yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate
Thank
the
you.
offer. Thank you.
1600.
1600.
Hey Ben, Harry.
Good, man. How you doing?
Good, good. Basketball season starting today.
I
There's a
know,
lot,
man,
lot to
I
be
know.
happy about.
Yeah. Huh? No, no, I gotta go take care of something.
1600.
Victor, this is Harry. You guys probably haven't met, huh? Victor, Harry.
Nice to meet you. I know that. Man.
Hey,
Andy, how you doing, man?
Good man, how are you?
We're gonna do some wine?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the burn
Oh,
actually.
it
So
is.
yeah, no, I was getting it for the collection.
Sure.
115.
Off the world versus that hand.
Oh, king queen.
That was hilarious though. When you said, like, Garrett asked you if you were nervous, you're like, I was right.
I had nothing. It ace queen hearts. Yes, I was nervous.
I saw the clip by the way where like you would call in a hand,
Huh.
and then he gave you the fake gulp.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like,
That was
give me
so
another
funny.
one.
That
Let's
was
see,
so
let's see
funny.
if you can do a better one. That one was pretty weak.
That was so good.
Yeah.
I was cracking up. I saw that.
Yeah, man, when you're like a big hand, like I like lose my filter. I just kind of say whatever's on my mind, you know? Like I probably shouldn't say that, you know, but fuck it.
300 from Garrett out of the cutoff. Andy calls. Pretty good flop for Garrett. Nut flush draw, but he checks it back. And there's the nuts for Garrett. And Garrett checks it back again. $350 now from Andy with a stone nothing, and Garrett's gonna raise, and I'd imagine that's gonna be the end of the hand.
Raise 2000.
And the hands between Andy and Garrett might be different than any of the other hands on the show. Their battle is kind of like a battle of balance, just because they play against each other so much, and on top of that,
Sorry, I
they
appreciate
play
it.
on stream.
Oh, and
So
let me give you-
I'm sure the number one thing they're thinking about while they're in the hand is, what other hands am I going to show up in this spot, and how do I want to balance my range?
Your first nut? No worries. 3.
Which is one of the reasons high stakes poker can be so interesting, because the higher you go, the player pool gets smaller, and the players play against each other more often, and
Seated with chips.
the more often you play with someone, the more important balance becomes.
It's 2. So.
If you're playing at the casino, often you just want to play the way that will get you the most money immediately that hand. And you don't have to worry about tomorrow or next week, but it's different with these guys.
You good now?
Trying to do all I can to help you win money.
They're thinking about, you know, the last 1,000 hands and the next 1,000 hands.
Nick, you're the victor.
Watching me eat.
I can't hear you.
Vomit. It's my turn, right? 3.
Yes, 3.
I do the same thing.
Overlooking.
And in that last hand we saw with Garrett and Andy, Garrett decided he wants to keep
13.
the nut flush draw, the actual nut flush, in his checking back range.
How's it sound?
Doesn't want his range to be capped when he checks back in certain spots.
I don't know how many I left it for, it's dropping myself.
Thank you so much.
What do you use this on?
Chicken, brown rice.
Oh, you want the other one?
Extra
Yeah,
boring.
you know,
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay, so Mike's still
I thought Garrett did
Kinda
that.
hot
I
sauce,
thought Garrett
too.
did
Yeah.
Tabasco, sriracha.
It doesn't rot.
Sriracha's the best one.
No, no, no.
I think he said good. All I'm
I'll
getting
put sriracha like on Mexican.
90% static.
I'll even put on pizza.
Excuse me. Can I take a look at a menu?
Yes.
You brought your own food? Oh, it's healthy.
He's trying to save money.
My wife cooks for me.
Oh, wow.
Must be nice. Still yet to find one girl that does that. For sure.
250.
They don't exist. Gary got the last one.
Andy and I have had 100 conversations about that kind of thing.
About what? A food?
Yeah, food or just like
250.
Yeah.
having like a girlfriend or wife who
sounds
cooks.
good.
Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's not really a 21st century woman thing. You know.
They use the equal rights and be like, no, it's the man's job.
Exactly. Right. What were you saying?
No, I'm just thinking like what's your what are your thoughts
yeah.
on like,
Since
the
we've been shuffling, I'll do
holiday
it.
at home? Like,
Yeah, I
should
got
your
you.
wife be
I got you.
cooking most of the time?
I don't know. It's a slippery subject.
Slippery
the thing
subject,
that
yeah,
I would
yeah.
say, I'll give you like a diplomatic answer, but it's
Diplomatic.
also one I very much believe, which is like as long as both people honor and respect the other,
Yeah, I
then I
yeah,
think
sure.
like differentiating roles to even like a large extent, even if it generally follows typical gender roles, I think is
No,
totally
because
fine.
some women actually like to
For sure.
He
serve
just
this,
got up,
like,
so
I
think he heard you.
submissive,
Yeah.
subservient role.
Well, just really just
Some
in
women
general,
do.
as long as both people are comfortable, like in the things they do for the family, then I think
Yeah.
you're kind of all good, you know.
And then there's things that they're gonna have to do, like breastfeeding. You can't do
I
that.
was thinking like in Japanese society.
Of course.
More
Or like American society
yeah.
60 years ago, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's not easy to figure that out. Like, but we've been together like 9 years, so slowly over time we've kind of figured out those sort of things.
A friend of mine is dating a girl that's part Japanese,
Uh-huh.
and you know they visited Japan and they got a tour like from, and it was, he said it was really interesting to see the dynamic. I went to Japan a couple of years ago too, in 2018 I think, and I just didn't get to experience what he got, but he said that the women would walk like 3 feet behind the man and stuff, and I was like, wow. That's something like that.
Yeah, some of that shit's like ridiculous. Should not be anything.
I don't know. That sounds pretty good.
I heard like if you have like a Japanese girlfriend, like some countries like they'll bathe you too. Like you don't even have to, you know, like, when you watch, the girl will just like shower you up.
Oh wow.
Oh, too much
That's what I heard.
information.
That's
I don't have sex experience, but I've heard.
300 from Mark. Out of the small blind, Victor calls the big blind, so it's the battle of the blinds. Victor
Would you like to
overcarding
have
gut
that?
shot.
Oh, my only
Calls.
regret with Japan is that I was
Mark?
there for 1 week.
This is straight,
And only
straight draw.
1
Let's see if this
week.
is enough for
It
him
was
I
too.
got
What is
screwed
it?
with childcare.
to barrel the
14.
turn.
I loved Japan, like a place for my heart. Like
Yeah, for sure.
I was in Tokyo, I was in Kyoto, a day in Osaka. But I mean,
Looks like it is. We don't know how much he bet, but he did.
Oh,
And
okay. I think
Victor's gonna let
that's,
it go.
Like, I think all Americans should have to go to Japan because I was on a train that was probably 100 years old. You know, like here, you sit on like a public bus or something, everything's scratched up,
Yeah, yeah.
drawn.
That's my only move.
It was
All
frustrating.
this time.
And yeah, and there's still gangsters in Japan, but none of them are scratching their name onto the bus window. You know what I mean?
You want the bigger, you want
So
the-
like the respect that people
want the bigger,
have
you
for
want the-
everything around them.
Yes.
I was walking around picking up like trash. If I saw a bottle, I'd grab it and then you know I'd find a trash
Here you
can
go,
and throw it
10K.
away
Right.
because that was just the energy there, and I was
Yeah.
like, I loved it.
For sure. For sure.
So it wasn't cheap. It wasn't an inexpensive trip, but it was. I'm 100% gonna go back. I just need to, you know. And my kids are gonna go visit, and I just as a cultural thing, I think we can learn a lot from Japanese culture. So big fan.
3 and then 11.
I had that feeling before I went that I was gonna like it. Love it.
Heard the food's incredible there.
Yeah, it's really good.
11. 11 total. They want to switch the batteries on these. You got the thing.
Are you doing the commentary today?
Garrett, rebetting the cutoff,
Oh,
1100,
you're-
Queen 8 of hearts. They count
You can
open.
talk about what a big schmuck the account.
Carrie's gonna flat the 3-bet with King Queen.
I can barely hear
Oh,
anything.
mine,
I have
right?
no idea.
The one
You want me
that.
to
Or you have 10, right, to start?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you want me to bring it back there?
They want to switch this one. Batteries on this.
I'm confused. So batteries
Well,
here, but there.
deuce,
Yeah, batteries are under the
9.
soundboard.
It's just Harry and Garrett heads up.
8.
800, and Harry's gonna call with King High.
I'm confused.
Turn is a 4. Garrett checks it back. And it looks like Garrett's just gonna give up here.
I'll check.
King high.
Shit. Ouch.
Garrett says, well, Garrett realizing he could have taken that one away from Harry if he bet the turn.
I'm good. Whatever, I go in the water. Thank you.
Wait, let me give you some.
No vodka. Maybe some wine for a little bit.
Oh, they're bringing it?
Victor, no vodka?
No,
Uh,
not today.
you said vodka, I would've.
Good to go?
I haven't had vodka in a while. Been
all right,
drinking
what-
tequila for the last like couple of years. Tequila's the best.
I can do, if you do tequila, I do whiskey.
Good, man.
Vodka's not, I mean, tequila's not my thing.
It wasn't free either for a while. Then I
premium
tequila came out.
Oh,
I started drinking
the
that.
mix?
Yeah.
You realize I don't get a ton over. and I
Nice.
go with tequila.
guys got
Clear,
fucked up?
clear liquor
Yeah, fucked up.
usually,
Yeah.
but if you read all the studies, it a lot
Fuckers
more
got
has
good
to do with
voice.
how much food you had and how,
Hydration,
like,
I
yeah, and
was
how much.
mixing wine with whiskey and with like these cookies.
Did you
that
black
they made.
out?
No, that's time. I saw myself.
I've seen you fucked up.
I was pretty fucked up. It was fun though. That's good times.
One time at Allen's.
Yeah.
400.
No.
Four?
Yeah. That's purple instead, 50?
What?
50? Oh, yeah, take it.
Yeah, but he looks a lot happier.
Yeah, he's got good things going on.
Don't wait for
Who?
He's got good
They brought me
projects
the
going
wrong
on
one.
right
You're
now.
eating
Hopefully
good
they'll go
What do you,
well.
hey James,
Oh,
on the
it's
graphic,
Friday
what
night
did you
or
want your name
Saturday
to be? James CDX or XXD?
So Titans. I just got back from Nashville.
XD.
I went to Titans.
XD.
Yeah.
Yeah, James
awesome, or what?
XD.
The best. And we were like sitting there last minute trying to debate on seats. And there was like a difference of like $150 per seat. It was like $250 or $100 up in the deck. I'm like $250. I had no idea where we were sitting. And
Earlier,
we
they got
sat
it.
down, I'm
Thank
like,
you.
thank God. Center line, like 10 rows up. I'm like, yes, I pay an extra $150.
In Nashville, you get 6 seats. You get
Yeah.
250, right?
Spending time with the
Titans look
workers.
pretty good this year. They had a good win this last week.
Yeah.
I think I'll probably go to the Rams Titans Sunday Night Football November 7th.
In Nashville.
In LA.
In LA.
Because,
Oh, Rams.
yeah, because it's a good game now. The Titans are playing well.
7.
We had a blast. I mean, Nashville's a great city. It's the best. Well, the only thing I gotta say is like, I like the food. It's just, I don't know if I can do it all the time. Like we're spoiled.
Victor raising with a real dusty.
So,
King 4 off.
there,
Harry calls on the
just
button,
like
8-5 of
hot
clubs.
chicken is great,
King
but,
high is
like,
best.
How much fried food can I eat?
Yeah, I have family in New Orleans, so it's a similar concept.
Well, New Orleans
25.
has a lot of seafood also, like which.
625 in Harry.
But yeah.
Nice
I
hand,
mean,
Victor.
Just gonna let it go.
Nice fucking hand, Victor. Fucking playing like a champ.
Victor, you meet Harry yet, or?
Just
fucking with
Just met earlier.
you. You're about to.
Now I'm scared. I don't want to win another hand against you. That was a small one, too.
Yeah, the small ones are the memorable ones.
That's what she said.
I'll be back as the cards are
Okay.
Whoa, what's going on with my wine?
Yes.
What? What do you mean yes? Yes what?
Can I please have
Yes,
the
no,
yellow
or yes,
jersey?
yes?
Sure, one moment.
Harry very concerned about the wine.
The wine.
He's been here like
Big blind.
5
Nick,
minutes.
don't throw your
This
hand
is
away.
ridiculous.
What's happening to the bike?
I didn't know I'm gonna get to be.
I'm kidding.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
I wasn't. He's kidding.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I got it. How many glasses do you want?
I guess someone's bringing it. Wayne ordered it. I don't know. Someone's bringing it.
Get the glass out of his private locker.
Yeah,
Get that
but
one.
there's nobody there. Not till 6. You guys really started noon?
Yeah. Earliest that we've started in a long time.
I know. Why? Why does it?
Are you on island time?
No, I mean, why does it keep getting like? Why don't you guys just sleep here for Friday?
Next week it's 6 a.m. You better start training, Harry.
Bed and breakfast at the bike.
Yeah, start at 6 a.m.
We start at that time. I'm just not going to bed the night before. I'm just staying up.
We used to start the games here at like 11, I feel like. Remember? A long
Sometimes,
time ago?
uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They
yeah.
said that they're starting at
Yeah, a lot
6
of people
a.m.
like starting at
Yeah,
11.
I kept getting earlier. Like, man, if we start that early, I wouldn't even sleep. I'd just come in.
I don't even really care, whatever. Even the 11 ones were fine.
Yeah.
Go to bed at a
Yeah,
more
the day later
reasonable
we start.
time.
I do like my old
Yeah.
schedule because I'm nocturnal 300.
When I used to play Dave, we'd start at 6 a.m.
6 a.m. Really?
6 a.m. That's when he was up. So.
Oh my God.
It's insane. We'd be like the only ones here.
You guys would play for like days though, right?
Days,
You guys would play for a long
yeah.
time. That guy's endurance was
Yeah, sometimes we'd play like till like 2 a.m. and then we just start again at 6 a.m.
You got a room here, right?
Yeah, I would just get a room for like many days. Yeah. I hated it. I liked my own bed.
Yeah. Yeah, with age. There's shit that I won't put up with anymore, yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah, one of those is sharing a room. Like friends, siblings, whatever, when I travel. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I used to just get like a big room and invite them and not have them chip in, and now I can't do it. I'll just buy them a separate
Yeah,
room. It's
yeah.
like, it's worth whatever, you know. I can't sleep like when I have anyone.
Had a few
aside
hands here.
from- Yeah.
I went raise, fold, fold, fold.
Yeah, it's working quite well. Just drink. If I didn't drink a bottle of wine every day, I'd be down like 30 more pounds.
That's pretty good that you're losing weight and drinking a bottle of wine a day. That's pretty hard to do.
Well, it's like 4-year, 5-year process.
Yeah. Great.
I just do the 1 meal a day.
1 meal a day.
Because I enjoy food too much. If I do this like proportional stuff, it's full on work.
Yeah.
Because I love food.
Is that intermittent fasting?
Yeah. But I've been doing it for so long now, I'm used to it.
50 more?
Dinner. That's what you eat?
Yeah, like between 4 and 6 p.m.
No, yeah.
I can
So
struggle.
the first several weeks are really rough. No,
First
it's
2 years in a row.
So you go out for dinner most nights, then I guess it's
Yeah.
your 1 meal a day, right?
Yeah.
You just did it, yeah.
The first 2 years I did like every 16 hours, then every 18 hours. Now it's like almost every 24 hours.
Wow.
I enjoy it. I eat everything. I mean, not so much carbs, but
Yeah.
I still have carbs, a couple times a week.
You have to limit what you can eat once you
No.
eat.
I mean, you already get
11.
full easy because
Yeah,
your
yeah.
stomach's shrinking,
The accountant opens with ace queen off. Garrett rebetting ace 7 off. King, king, queen. Not too bad for the accountant.
11.
And I'd imagine this is just going to be like a bet once situation for Garrett, but let's see what happens on the turn. Turns a 6 of diamonds. Garrett checks it back. River is a 7. So the accountant want to go for value here. That 7
2000.
might get him paid. It is a 7 of hearts, brings in hearts. The accountant has the ace of hearts.
10 seconds.
Ace queen.
No Vegas this year.
Maybe the main event, but other than that, probably
I know
not.
Vegas has not been very kind to you the last 10 years.
That's true.
I remember there were like back-to-back years that was horrendous.
Yeah. A lot of it's just like the environment. I don't really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's, yeah. How about you? You
I
know
don't know,
that?
I'm not buying.
No, it's not, it's what it is too. It's so
I can't commit a week in Vegas now
So time
for any amount.
Great.
How much is that?
300.
Please good.
You don't decide what's good. I decide. It's 3, all right? I'll tell you the race.
Cool. I have that.
Let's see.
Be careful.
I
He
hope
likes,
you go all
he
in on
likes
the
when
flop.
it's dominated.
Make it easy and just go all in on the flop.
300 from Garrett. Harry calling. Out of small blind, king,
Flop
queen.
there.
Okay, I'll blow you.
Yeah, it says on the graphics Harry's a small blind, but it looks
Bullshit raise me.
like Harry's actually the button.
500.
5.
Harry gives a speech, then 500.
God bless.
Garrett's gonna let it go.
Good. button twice.
Dude's got all the tricks, man. He's been doing this for years.
You have the clear app. For
Say it
fine.
again.
You have the clear app.
I survived.
I'm glad you, that's funny that you asked that. I'm not glad you asked.
I
It's
told
funny you
everybody,
asked. I
you wanna get
literally
your
just
picture on
bought
the
all
wall?
that
You
yesterday.
either gotta lose a million
Because
or
I'm
win a
going
million.
to this music festival outside Lands.
And you need, and apparently, so I wanted to
It
know.
gives you
for
like a
people-
shortcut.
Yeah.
And so because I had to do it for that, I'm like, all right, let's just buy the airplane
course,
one.
of
Yeah.
course.
Because
Nick, you're the
before
big
that,
guy?
I hadn't
Yeah,
signed up
I had
for it.
TSA pre-check.
Yeah, which now like is nothing, right?
Right.
You're treated like a plebeian as they take the clear people to the
Yeah,
front each
yeah.
time, right? So it reminded me of that. I was like, oh, I've been needing to
Yeah,
buy
somebody,
this thing.
yeah, so somebody
yeah.
told me that was the case. I didn't know. I thought the TSA pre and that is the same thing. And then somebody's like, no, if there's a line in the TSA pre, the clear goes around
Yeah,
too.
but TSA pre-check still is useful. Like you don't,
Yeah,
when you
because
do
it
get
has
to the
and
front,
you have global entry.
yeah,
which
you don't
is
have
like
to take your
coming-
shoes off and all that shit. So yeah, they do work together.
Use my card, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, have you done it yet? Have you?
No,
Yeah.
I'm going to for certain because I travel and I
know.
like
Yeah.
travel.
So
You know,
it's,
I like my
Ace
nails.
king for Victor
So
here.
it's 91,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you.
Oh, it's
400,
gonna save
Harry,
you
the
like
only
10
caller.
minutes each time. It's like a no-brainer.
Deuce 3-7 rainbow.
So we're coming out of Nashville. We walk into the airport with TSA pre-check. And you have luggage. 'Cause my
That's for you, Victor.
We walk in and my wife's like, thank you. Looks at the line and the
How much,
luggage
five?
check line's like
500
there's
from
a
Victor.
guy in
He
a
gives the
orange
bet
dress
and
that
then
runs up.
the menu
He
peruse.
like felt
Harry
me and
calls
was
with a
saying
gut
to
shot.
me,
I think you need the autograph. Already?
awesome.
Turn is a 9. Ace high is still good.
You know, I can do something special.
Victor's gonna, looks like Victor's gonna go for the double barrel.
Well-
He takes the luggage, like 30 seconds, the luggage is checked in. Like,
Gets
how much
through.
money? He said, God bless. And I'm like, no, God bless you. And it's not like we stood in line, he saw us, and then he came.
Yeah.
We literally just walked through the front, and my wife looks at him. And then like, he knew. He looked at me, looked at her, and said, bingo.
God knows what he's doing. right?
Yeah. So apparently that's a thing. And
Victor, you want some wine?
Literally.
Anyone wants wine?
within like 3
You want
minutes, there was no TSA pre, just kind of walked through.
Later? Okay.
Within 3 minutes.
Mark,
I had
you want
the beer
some
by
wine?
the
I'm good right
gate.
now,
And I'm
thank you.
Like short of
Wait,
flying
you want
private, this
later?
is like.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Oh, you said
Hold on. A bit later.
Oh, a bit
A
later.
little bit
Okay.
later, all right,
Okay.
no problem. We're getting another glass, so feel free anytime. Cool. Yeah, man. Cheers, brother.
4.
Bad call.
All right, 3 more.
You said it's a bad call for you?
Limps to
For
the
me,
accountant.
Like I threw the chips
In the
for
small
me.
blind, he's
No,
gonna
it's a
punish.
brilliant
You
call.
rather raise, you mean?
No. I played my hand perfect. I just threw the
Oh,
chips
I'm sure
in
you
for
did.
it. Yeah.
Of course you did, you're Garrett.
Make sure Coinbase password.
Well, Jack 5-5. Harry way ahead. Not much for Garrett or the accountant.
How much is that?
600.
Call.
600 and a snap call
Huh?
from Harry.
You're gonna need thicker glasses.
Why, what's wrong with my glasses?
Well, you couldn't see the color of the chip.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty fucking bad when it comes to that stuff.
Wow. That 6 of hearts gives Garrett a ton more outs. Now he's a flush draw and gut shot.
2,000.
2,000.
Yeah.
Tough spot for Harry.
Yeah, whatever it is. Fantastic.
It's Jack 5-5, 2 diamonds.
10 seconds.
You really want Garrett to have a flush draw here. If he has a made hand, it's tough to be ahead.
Fold.
Garrett's bet gets through. So nice hand there for Garrett.
Oh. You mean this, who's it? Who's never responded. Yeah. Oh. Fuck. It's yours. It's a nice drive. I'll try premium again. Can I order that?
See, Wayne, this is working for you. The gray.
What?
It was the white
The
that
white
was
that
like.
nobody listens to me?
Yeah, the gray works.
Okay, well, just then mine.
I've seen you do black. That plays well too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Need dark colors, I guess.
Yeah.
kimchi weeks.
3.
Kimchi.
Well, he's eating it, so.
14. 3 and then 14.
The accountant, back-to-back hands, 10-8 of spades. This time making it 1400 on the button, but James has queens, and we don't know what Garrett has. And it looks like Garrett's putting in the cold 4-bet.
Fucking chance you were gonna call.
I might call.
No, no. Hi everyone, my name is Jeremy, doing commentary.
What up, Jeremy? How you doing?
Hi, have a good show.
Jeremy, you sent me in the fucking middle of the hand, right?
Don't mean to intrude.
Please intrude. Do whatever you can to fuck him up, please. What's that, kings he has?
Show one, show all.
Don't show us the hand.
I'm not gonna disrespect Jeremy.
James, you have
You'll get
queens
to
here,
see
and
it
you're
too.
thinking, what is going on?
I'm kidding, by the way, it's a
How
joke.
many seconds?
2.
My phone.
No, don't show anybody. He's got more money than me.
We haven't seen many 4-bets on the show. So James is definitely concerned. Concerned enough to fold queens? Not so sure.
10 seconds. All in.
Fold.
And James ships it here.
What is this shit?
Oh, shit.
I don't know.
Oh, this is fucking hilarious. I want to see.
I probably won't put this money in, but I don't know. Pretty close. What are you doing, man? You forgot to raise him the first time around, or what? Why? You just forgot? Now you all of a sudden remember? This is crazy.
Garrett trying his best to get some info out of James.
I kind of feel like playing bad. I kind of feel like putting it in, kind of. What's that? Oh, you're trying to figure out if your hand is good now, or what? You're like taking a stand with 2 9s. You're trying to figure out.
2 9s?
You're trying to figure out if we're flipping or what. Your hand's way better than 2 9s. Oh my god. I've gone from dead to like I can't even win the hand. Huh?
27,400.
Like no matter what you have, I can't even win. What is it?
27,400.
Oh my god, so much money. Jesus. 27,000.
10 seconds.
I kind of feel like you just like don't have a
If you
player.
paid off the wedding expenses, you're okay right now.
We're good, yeah. All the vendors have been paid, thankfully. Yeah. Why would you do
Here,
this?
Garrett, you're hoping James
See a
has
flop? Make sure,
ace king,
right?
ace queen,
And you like kimchi?
Oh, I love
something
kimchi.
like that,
Yeah,
just to
really
be
sounds
flipping
stinky
here.
kimchi. Really stinky kimchi, but it's
2 9s are in a lot of
bigger
trouble.
the better.
Yeah.
If I had
If I had 2 9s,
you had
I would be in a lot of trouble. Or would I have a shot at it? Would I have like a 1 in 5 shot at it at least?
1 in 5. Oh, okay.
I think
I have to have some
Garrett is
sort
going
of
to
shot
fold.
at it, right?
And
I
he
don't know what I want to do.
probably decided to fold, but wants to just get as much info as he can before he makes the final decision.
Pretty close.
10 seconds.
I guess I'll think about it. Sorry, I ate 2 of these, huh?
Yeah, this is the second.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Just out here seeing, but. Whenever I do things like this, I immediately regret it. Like, even if by chance, like, I've got a shot at this one, like, I already regret potentially putting the money in here, you know what I mean? Like,
James is not interested in talking to Garrett anymore. What do you guys think, chat? 1 for call, 2 for fold.
I know what I want to do.
Seeing a lot of 2s. I think James realized what was happening. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to stop talking.
Feel like gambling?
Oh,
I don't gamble.
never mind.
You don't
That's
gamble?
No. I can't afford to lose this money. You know what I mean? Like, gambling is not my thing. You know. I guess I'll fold.
Yeah, good for
And Garrett finally does let it go.
Even if by chance, like, I had a better hand than you, I would have regretted it. It would have been such a bad call. There's no way I should call there.
Didn't see a flop. Anybody mind?
No diamonds, please.
Ooh, that's me.
What was
you?
it?
Jack 6.
It was Jack 6.
Jack, six something, I don't remember.
Nice hand. Take it easy on me, alright?
So what a hand that was. Garrett
Might
giving
have had the fourth best hand there. honestly.
James a third degree as far as the interrogation goes.
Let's do
James,
it. Yeah,
for a
throw the
lot, that
money
was
out there. Yeah.
completely happy to interact.
Settle,
One round.
setting with, Harry.
I mean, fuck, Garrett's stuck. Let's do one round.
Thanks.
It's okay. He'll get unstuck thanks to your money.
What?
I said he'll get unstuck thanks to your money.
Why my money? Why not yours?
He's already got mine.
Let him get it again.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it back.
$1,000.
1,000.
Fuck it. Let's do it.
Here we go.
Give me a pair.
$1,000, 4 ways. Well, ace, deuce, 8, rainbow. The accountant way out in front. He's going to lead out into the field, and this is just get through.
Can I have a few of my 1Ks back?
Oh, okay, sure. Oh, the 1Ks.
Just a few. So I can have them. Thanks.
So much for this.
Appreciate it.
It was a bad fucking flop. 9 would have been nice with that 8.
I watched your podcast with Doug Volk. Very good, by the way.
Thank you.
You guys are a couple of people that I started like after I started playing, started watching. Just fantastic.
Thanks, Sam. Do nearly as many things as well as he does.
No, but you know.
Thank you. How good is that guy at making
7.
comedy poker videos? Oh my god, so many of them, so funny.
Yeah. But it's also like very sharp and like under,
sure.
under
Witty.
Yeah, witty. There you go. It's like
Dry.
dry, and I like it because he'll say it with a straight face, like as if like he's saying something normal. But if you think about it, and you have
You know I
half a
pay
brain.
my own, right?
Yeah, you're out of this one anyway.
Oh, okay.
Is
Take
that
it.
100?
It's 115.
115.
Can I have purple for that, please?
Oh, it's
Straddle here.
whatever. What was it? I was trying to make it 300, but
Oh,
I didn't
nice.
straddle one.
Yeah.
Andy, do whatever you want.
Okay.
It'll be, well, you have 100 dead, so 6. It's 6.
Yeah, that hand
The perfect meal?
where James shoved 10s and Garrett was thinking about it was pretty interesting. I wonder if James realized at some point that he had the best hand,
6.
and if he tried to,
Pretty boring.
put on an act to try to get Garrett to call at
So
some
you probably
point,
enjoy going.
or was he just not
Yeah, Jimmy's fun.
even considering that?
Eating sucks. Jimmy's fun.
Just remember to, whatever it is you're doing now, when you have kids, you have to make sure you're still doing it. Very important.
I'm sorry,
So you don't lose your fucking time.
Oh, look at that. You guys are easy. Keep winning every hand.
You're early
Yeah.
open. If you were further closer to the button, you'd be yes, in some form. I would have even clicked you, but it just, not in this.
Don't tell me all your secrets.
It's okay, you'll figure that. No, nothing I tell you will be news to you. You already
Just
know.
try to get-
Wayne's.
Oh, you're a Wayne's fan?
Yeah, and Michael, actually Michael Fulmer.
Oh, yeah?
Mike, it was with Sophia, she was on
Yeah,
the
yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Swedish girl.
You're friends with them?
Yeah, I'm
Michael
friends
is
with
her husband or fiance?
Fiance, yeah.
Fiance, that's good. That's awesome, man.
I'm gonna run away.
Where are you from?
Singapore.
Singapore, okay.
Folding neck.
Yeah. Sorry.
How long you here?
Quite long actually, like 3 weeks.
That's long?
Yeah, I mean until.
Nick, you want your 50s? You gonna pay all your blinds?
Oh, nice.
I'll take it.
You like playing tournaments?
I don't play much actually.
You just want to play them in, yeah.
What date is it?
Wayne Chang in the chat. What's up, Wayne?
3 weeks?
4th, I think.
Yeah.
4th of November, give or take a day.
4th of November. Oh wow, it's very soon.
Your straddle.
It's your straddle. You're the last straddle.
Can't make any more decisions before I run to the restroom. Just- Alright. 1,000.
1,000.
I'm going out of my fucking mind with this fucking game. Let me call Mike to see if we can put it on.
Thank you guys for doing that. I legit had a good hand.
Perfect time to run.
Yeah, I
Think you guys are doing what? Folding?
folding, yeah. If somebody called me,
You're
I'd have to
welcome.
sit
That's
there.
why we all folded. You had to pee.
Your big blinder.
It's 200 here.
No, you're
You
you're under
started
the gun.
it.
Is it over?
That was the end of the
Straddle,
straddle. Yeah, I
okay.
already started it. What happened?
Lakers Nation says, hi, commentator. Are you a pro?
That's what you do.
Yeah, I mean, I play poker for a living. If you asked earlier where I play, I usually play at the bike. Played at the bike many years. James opening the cutoff, 400. Victor's going to defend the big blind, ace 4.
5.
5, 6, 8, 2 clubs. Pretty connected board.
Move your phone up the table, please.
Victor's going to check call. Ace high and a gut shot.
50.
Back onto Victor. He's still thinking about it. Does he have evil intentions here? Possibly check raising. No, he's going to call with ace high. River is a 10, and that's not a very bad card for 2 jacks. You have 2 pair now. You beat a 5, you beat a 6, you beat an 8. Victor's going to lead out here, representing a 10. And I think James is going to call pretty,
Can you come
well,
in
not
with
quickly, but
that
I don't think
goddamn
James is
TV?
folding.
Yeah, what do you need?
I want the Dodger game on.
Dodger game on?
An operation before
3,500.
Alright, let me see.
How about please and thank you?
Why? You say that by tipping. Just let him do his job, and then I'll think.
It's about $2,000 a month you're paying to get this channel changed,
Yeah,
right?
swear to God.
And James does reluctantly make the call.
Can you take the button for yourself?
The other day too, same shit. Last week too. It's like fucking Groundhog Day over here.
How'd everybody think it? Most of them.
Floor. Hit. Drop it.
It's really difficult to concentrate when you gotta.
Where you at, work?
Gotta run and pee. Oh, yeah, work stuff. It's always on the days that I'm out that, you know, phones go off.
See the shit we gotta deal with every week.
Oh, yeah, Dodger game.
Here's the winnings so far. Andy, big winner, and James, who at
Where are you
one
coming
point
Studio City.
was down the most, now in second place. So it just goes to show, just like that, man, your luck can change.
$400. $1,300. That's it.
Deuce 6-10. Garrett 3-bet this hand. Harry is not in the hand. It's just the accountant
1,300.
and Garrett.
Looks like you might be doing that.
And Garrett out flopping the accountant. His accountant just let go of king high here.
The bet is 1,300. 10 seconds, Nick.
Yep, lets it go. Just naked over cards, not enough for the accountant to call.
Mark, you want to post? Yeah. 250.
Where's Gal? Is he in Vegas? Is he doing okay? You guys have any idea? I hope he does well.
$300.
Queen, Jack, 7. Both players pair their Jack. Sachi with the better kicker.
400.
Mark going for pot controlling line. Checks back the flop. Bets the turn. Let's see if he goes value for river. Well, Harry's now ahead. River's 2 pair.
1,000.
Leads 1,000.
I didn't miss the flush draw, Mark. 2 pairs good, Mark?
Yeah.
Jack's up.
Mark, wisely, let's go with the Jack.
Shit, 1 pair with
One pair good too. Yeah, your wine glass
I
needs to
got
be
one pair.
unattended.
What?
Your wine glass needs to be unattended.
Why don't you do your job and I'll worry about
Sir,
it?
give me 5 minutes.
Huh?
Give me 5 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, no wine glass on the table. Was that JJ? Huh? Was that JJ?
What, the voices in my head? Oh, they live there
Exactly.
rent free.
Thank you for you the
100.
one saying it, not me. Oh.
That's it. $150.
Limped pot here. Andy with 7 deuce. Bets his deuce, gets called by a flush draw. James hits it right on the turn. Let's probably go bet in a fold. $300 takes it down.
What are you thinking about over there? A lot of shit going through your head right now. I can see it, but
50,
physically,
200.
like, you're battling.
Demons.
There's a lot of battling going on. What the fuck are you battling?
Yeah, sorry, raise to 300.
Oh my god, if I don't double up here. Give up. This is the one.
300 from Garrett, counting.
You're right. Check.
I'll bet 3.
Defends his big blind.
300.
300 and a snap call from Queen High.
Check.
Turn is the 4, bringing in diamonds. Garrett is going to give up here, and counting rivers 2 pair.
1,000.
Should I add a 9? 95.
Live battle 200.
Never get it. You know the guy they want to play for it all. Start putting chips in the bottom.
It's just a mental game in this thing is actually really important. Like how you deal with
No, it doesn't really
it.
matter.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Do whatever you want. Yeah. As long as you know how to play well.
Right.
Yeah.
4 plays.
So straddled pot, limped 4 ways. King 5-5, Harry with a flush draw. Garrett is best with ace high.
300.
Mark taking a stab at it with a stone nothing. Check through on the turn. Both players with jack high.
400.
400 enough to get Harry off the chop.
King 10 is good.
And Harry says King 10 is good.
Are you the technician?
Start a new round? Victor? Alright.
Or we should wait till this is.
Probably be here by then, right?
Okay.
You wanna wait? I don't care.
No.
Alright. Sure, I'll be
Okay.
back.
It's Jeff, right?
We
James.
start one more round.
So,
Strap.
What do you think? First time on stream? Not too bad so far, huh? Sorry.
I saw a red card, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Small red card.
Small red card in the mud. Raise to 600.
Pretty easy. Hooker, right?
I think it's pretty awful.
there
The-
bullshit on
the
that?
stream, you know, like when the first time you ever gamble, like it's a blackjack system, you always win. Always. You know, the person with the genuine soul and completely oblivious to what goes on, always wins. And then you get into it, and then you're like, oh my god.
Mark racing it up here
You
with
do
ace
strike me
5,
as
king
about
4-6
the
all
nicest
spades,
guy
no one with a
who's ever
spade.
lived.
Oh, really?
Maybe I'm wrong, but my read is you are as nice as they come. Yeah. Bad read, maybe?
Check through on the turn, Mark.
I mean, I don't.
Bets it on the turn, gets through.
Yeah, but I just mean in life.
Oh, in life.
The
Oh,
way
okay,
you
okay.
treat animals.
Animals.
You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
seem like
yeah,
you're a
yeah.
really nice person.
Oh, you've been just petting Zoo as well?
Yeah.
What about me, Garrett?
No, I would never accuse you.
Just, I want to know, since you're giving out like palm readings.
I know you too well to answer it. Sure. I think the world has seen enough of you that you're a nice guy too, despite my jokes.
550.
We'll find out afterlife. We'll find out. Yeah. I guess. Maybe.
Oh.
550 from Andy.
I didn't
Ace
even
King of
realize
Hearts. It is a straddle.
Jesus. How much?
550.
Well, don't say that. in
Take your
radio.
time, man.
I just, I know, Andy, because it's you.
Fuck, I was gonna fold this in.
Dude, hold it.
Hey,
Like,
You know,
No, not with you in it.
Crypto? Not really.
Not
No.
investing in poker winning.
I'm really old school. Just
Old school.
index funds.
Oh, index.
Uh-huh.
Oh, those.
Yeah.
Okay, ETFs.
Uh-huh.
Okay, okay.
Jack.
Yeah, just like
6-6.
few big
Count.
ones, like big domestic
Best hand here with a jack.
Okay, like,
funds, big international funds. Yeah,
Okay.
just like Vanguard, just super,
Vanguard.
super
Oh,
boring.
super
Yeah.
boring,
How about you?
I do like derivatives.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the opposite.
600 and a
all the
call.
complex shit, right?
10x, 20x.
Yeah, the voice
Cool,
in my head
nice.
is saying I don't want to
Turn
say
is
so.
the
You
4 of
multiply your
clubs.
position size.
Sure, nice.
Yeah.
Pretty bad
You
card
work
for
a big
Andy.
company or on your own?
Goes
or-
check, check.
On my own.
Okay.
Well, River's
Also
a king.
work for, like, a company.
Okay, got it. A little bit of
A little
both.
bit of both, but yeah, because one of the interest is that
Like-
some of it is like.
well, let's see if Andy goes for values. Looking at his chips.
Available in Asia.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
some of it's
1800.
derivatives.
Sure, yeah.
1800.
Derivatives have gotten a super bad rap, huh, in
Yeah.
recent years.
Oh.
Just like with the housing collapse and in the U.S.
Oh,
Andy's
okay,
hand
yeah.
looks a lot
You know what I'm
like
talking
what it
about.
That's why
is.
they like put
A rivered pair of kings.
Is
Just
that
a
why?
count.
Okay,
I think
got
so,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. Because a lot of
Believe
people
him,
were
though.
gambling on derivatives. They had no idea what the hell they were doing.
Oh, yeah.
In the U.S.
Oh, in the
specifically,
US.
I'm talking about, yeah.
Like, if I had it, I would have bet the turn, obviously, right? Like, you check to me to bet.
But James,
And
my thoughts have always kind of been like the same. Like every time I think about like buying into crypto, I go, wow, it's too high. Like it's you know.
No, that's perfect.
24.
Thank you so much.
And then like
18.
you know whatever it dropped to like 30K
Three-quarter
or
pot.
whatever
Yeah,
like
yeah.
several months ago. And I was like, all right, maybe.
Maybe,
You know, I'm
yeah,
thinking
yeah,
about
yeah.
maybe. And then
You did
the next
you
day,
did?
no.
Oh, you
Then
did?
The count
next
might be
day it went
thinking,
to
well, the
40
king is such a
again,
scare
you know,
card.
it's
Of course,
like-
Andy is going to bet it. So
I keep saying
Maybe he
it's
doesn't
25
have it.
pop.
You can buy a little bit. Like, not
Yeah,
too
but
much,
I wouldn't even want to waste my time getting what's it called, a wallet and all that stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, unless I wanted to like put in like, let's call it 5 to 10%, like a real amount that would
Okay,
matter.
okay.
Like putting in like a 1%
Ace
swell.
king.
you
That would
would
just
bet.
bore me,
I mean,
you know.
would Andy ever bet a hand like ace
So
10,
no,
ace
I'm
queen,
like the only poker player on earth who doesn't have any.
Oh, no, no.
Yeah.
something like that, trying to represent the king, or any other hand that was just trying to represent the king?
6, you turn the flush or you river the king. You probably overbet the pot. You're 3/4 pot, you want to call.
So much. Jeez.
Yeah, I like to think things through, Harry.
No, I envy you.
I'm a slow learner, but I'm
If I
learning.
had to think that much, I wouldn't play poker. Stick to my job. A lot of fucking thinking. It's like work.
I'd be a little annoyed if I was Andy and with Harry
Feels
talking
like I don't really need anything.
to someone who I'm trying to get to call.
Damn, you need that.
The accountant does make the fold, so nice fold there by the accountant.
Not really sure what you have, but good bet.
Okay, you find out, now you know what to do next time.
No, there's no next time. I mean, it's time by time.
Have we
You're the
kept the straddle going? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's one around?
No, we're in the middle of a round.
Started right here.
No,
One more
start.
it's third on Mark.
No, it's third on Victor. I missed mine.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
I
literally.
missed one.
Oh, you were making a
Yeah.
premise? Oh, okay. I was like, I literally watched you do it. But
Just too fishy. You wanted me to call that
up here.
You'll lose your mind trying to figure him out, dude.
Oh.
Trying too long.
600.
I saw him hit you off the nut flush. That was.
Yeah, there you go. You just call sometimes, fold sometimes. That's it.
Heads up.
600 from Garrett. Andy defending his straddle. Deuce 9-7. 800 and a quick call from Andy with Queen Jack. Wow, that's why you call with Queen Jack, because the turn is a Jack. And Garrett checks it back. And River's a set, so suck, resuck. It does bring a one-liner to a straight. Any 10 makes a straight.
$3,000.
3,000. Hot size bet. So you would think this would be polarizing, 10 or nothing. But we could see here Garrett has pocket eights. And this is where the leveling wars come into play. They're thinking about, you know, the thousands of hands that they've played together and what their ranges are. And Andy's gonna call. I mean, Andy makes that call thinking Garrett does not need, you know, obviously does not need a 10 to make the bet. And he's also capable of turning hands into bluffs. Hands worse than Andy's into bluffs.
600.
All right, cool.
Harry, how much you playing behind?
Don't fucking worry about it.
Well, I want to know how much more I should add to my stack mentally.
You want to play that game? I'll go sign a $2 million. You want to put your dick on the table next week? Let me know ahead of time.
Remember what I said earlier?
Nick, it's 130 for
Not getting involved in this
Do a
sport.
fucking,
And
Two
to
hour
add insult to
wires
injury,
and
you
Getting
are
too
the
serious
straddle.
for me.
we'll just put all 5
Oh,
pictures over here.
how much?
130.
Good, add. How much you want to add?
None. None.
Take it to
Whoa, where are you going?
A sugar-free rib.
wait, 600.
Yeah, I come back, okay?
I was the straddle, right?
How many languages can you speak?
Just a couple.
Just 2? Just English and Chinese?
Yeah.
And at home.
Versace Mark getting some pre-flop respect from Andy. Andy just calling with pocket 10s. I feel like Andy's going to be 3-betting 10s
1.5.
pretty often. But Versace Mark
When I was younger,
a little on
maybe
the
it
tighter
was
side.
1.75.
Andy leads into the pre-flop razor, and Mark just snap folds. 3-8-6 rainbow.
I would love to learn some Chinese, but
Oh.
it's so hard, right?
You played in Macau? Haven't.
No, I've never even been to China. It's gonna make it particularly hard, right? If I don't go live there for a while.
Yeah, actually,
We
Macau.
should make a bet, Garrett. We should make a bet.
Who could
Chinese-
learn more?
Chinese bet.
Yeah.
And like if you can be fluent in like a certain amount of time,
15.
like
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one.
Chinese is ultra hard.
It'd be so hard.
That'd be so bossed up if you did it.
It would be sick, right? I think
Alright,
just
hold
like
on.
being able to speak
52
any
and
language
2,
would be
please.
awesome, yeah.
You're the straddle, Garrett.
Who
Yep.
started?
That's why, like, I continue to anyone who will listen to speak Spanish with them. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Best way to learn.
It's
it.
just, yeah, it's just so, I think it's just such a powerful, like, thing to be able to speak another language, even kind of.
Stop thinking so much. Just, yeah, it's good.
You should try it.
You need to give that mind a break once in a while.
Very good players.
You should really try it sometime. It might be good for you.
What are you now, representing the
500.
10? How much?
5.
5 for 5? Alright. What do you got? 5 for 5?
500 from the accountant.
12.
Harry's continuing to call. Let's see if the accountant bets a brick river. Well, river is a jack. I guess there's not too many bricks left.
2,000.
2,000. Is Harry gonna look him up with 2 6s here? The jack is a pretty ugly card.
You look pretty confident there.
10 seconds.
5-3 or 5-4?
Harry almost called out the accountant's hand.
I can beat the 5. You look too confident.
Should have called.
Should have called for you,
Yeah, obviously.
so you make an extra 2,000.
Accurate.
See, now you don't have to add, I just gave you 12.
That's some lying going on.
I need
Accountant
more.
says he should have called.
How much more do you want?
Like 2 million.
I don't even know, you don't even look like the type you would know what to do with 2 million. I would just be giving you something more to think about, like making your life even harder.
Well, so you're in for 50 minutes.
And you're an accountant, and you wouldn't know what to do with it, imagine. How much? Crazy.
A little bit.
Yeah, rounding error for me.
Six. $18.
Mark, 3 betting out of the straddle, ace 5 of hearts. The accountant, ace 8 of diamonds.
Up with a hand finally.
10 seconds.
Mark
There's
getting
Garrett, I
the
would've
pre-flop respect again. And he shows him the ace 5 of hearts.
Glad I didn't re-raise that. Thought about it.
What'd you have? Ace 5, ace 5. I had you pipped. Was it suited? I was suited, yeah.
Just folding ace 6 suited.
No, the round is over.
Yeah,
Thanks, bro. Sorry, man.
I lost the lights.
Thanks, attention.
I'll tell you, it wasn't diamonds. Yours. Ace of hearts. Ace 8. Diamonds.
Wayne,
Good raise.
what's up, buddy?
300.
What's up, Wayne?
You were tired? You were tired last week? I can see that happening. Where the fuck is Barry Wood, man? Get that cocksucker over here sometime.
He's out of town.
Where is he at?
I forgot. I know he's out of town.
When are you guys gonna put David Tuckman's picture on the wall and cry like a little bitch about how his picture's not on the wall?
Is your picture on the wall? How much did you cry to get your picture on the wall?
The picture, yeah, you gotta either lose $1 million or win $1 million to get your picture.
Put it in the thing.
I can just guess
Can you
which
put it in
one
the
of
thing
those
so you
you
can see
need.
it? I wasn't able to put it
Probably
in
a
the
little bit of both.
350. 13.
Natural. Why would you just flat?
I wouldn't.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Not with
350
this
and then
trade.
1300.
1300 from Garrett on the button, ace king. And Victor flatting ace queen off, and a bad flop here for Victor. Ace 4-3 rainbow.
13.
In a 3-bet pot, you're really only worried about ace king, and Garrett has it. So how much value is Garrett going to get out of Victor here? 1300 on the flop. 3 on the turn. If you're Garrett, you're loving the situation. Victor flatting your 3-bet out of the blinds. Ace 4-3 rainbow, and he's check calling you. You're about 99% sure, certain Victor has an ace in his hand, and it's not ace 4 or ace 3. 4,500 on the turn. Garrett does know that Victor is going to show up with ace jack, ace queen, ace king here almost every single time. River is a 4, changes nothing.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can we get 2 of those, please?
Oh, I got it.
And if Victor checks, I have a feeling Garrett is going to shove. But Victor's going to lead 9,000. Well, Garrett's not folding. Does he want to raise and get the extra 6,300?
How much do you have left?
Me order for you?
Yeah, I thought she was
10 seconds.
Okay. And you want one?
Yes, please. Just 1 sugar free, please.
Yeah, I'll get one. Only you got
That one. Garrett, yeah, that's fine.
If Garrett raises, Victor is not going to like it, but I think he's going to call.
Huh?
I have the card, I don't know. Thank you. She will touch it with the food.
Thank you.
The key thing is Victor flatting out of the blinds from Garrett's 3-bet, cuts down on a lot of 4s and 3s, but Garrett is going to call.
Good chop, right?
Aces and 4s with a king.
Oh, wasn't it double paired? 4s and 3s?
No
yeah,
account.
Got it.
A little extra salt in the room for Victor there with the account saying, isn't it a chop?
I do need a punch of the game.
Nice. Ace 4?
Yeah.
You want a hand, Victor, or? Oh, no. So it's going to be 2-2.
Whatever you ace king to fold.
Right, no. Chances of me having something. We're still straddling, yes?
No. Just 2 big blinds because he's...
So what a hand that was.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Am I in the big
You're
blind?
not
you're under the gun.
free hand,
Got it.
$100 to call. 300.
No, it's 2 big
I mean,
blinds.
Garrett did not stack him, but he still got a ton of value. That's one of those spots where it's just Garrett, and they think, well, you know, Garrett's crazy. He can have a lot of hands. I'm not folding.
50, 1 more.
And Victor actually felt his hand was under-repped by the river, thinking Garrett does not think I have as good a hand as ace queen. I mean, Victor probably thought he was good all the whole way until he actually saw Garrett's hand. Once Garrett, especially when Garrett is thinking about calling.
Raise 350.
I mean, Victor was probably in love with his hand until he actually saw the ace king.
I'm glad I do this more often during the game. I feel like infinitely better. Hate being hungry. I feel like then you have like this nervous anxiousness and you can't figure out why.
You want hammer?
Yeah.
What do you do? Just miss the
15
small
more?
blind?
Yeah, just miss
Yeah,
the
just
small.
throw
Put-
50 in
put
there.
50 in.
Just the 50 in there.
So what was that on?
I'm at 15.
Victor's adding 15,000.
Isaac, don't have him post.
Raise
You know
300.
me,
No,
I was
no,
just
no,
small
it's just the 50. This is
Yeah,
yours.
Okay, got it.
Raise the 300. We'll say 50.
Here.
Yeah, Mark raised the 3. Andy's re-raising 1100.
Andy, 2 kings. I have a feeling this is going to get folded pre-flop. Yep, it gets through.
They're bigger because they're RFID technology,
RFID,
so
okay.
that's how
Do you,
they.
do you have the chips coming, or do you need?
No, that's why it doesn't work.
Okay.
And then after the stream's
So
over, we switch back
15,000
to
is in
normal.
the, it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
currently in play. Well, it's in play, it's just not on the table.
It'll seem weird. When we get the normal ones, they'll seem small.
Small, yeah, yeah.
But it's way better. Use the shuffle machine, it goes way faster.
Shuffle machine, way easier to pitch, you know. Way easier to look at too, because you can bend the shit out of it. 100 to call. 250. $16.
Garrett with jacks now. He's going to 3-bet out of the small blind, gets through.
So just so everybody knows, Victor is 15,000 back. Should hopefully be here any second, but it does play. Till it gets here. From the gentleman in seat 7. You're in the big, by the way.
Great.
300.
$300 from the accountant.
That's it.
Victor calls, and welcome back, Victor. Looks like he reloaded.
400.
Not a bad flop for 9-7 bet. Take it down. $300 from the accountant, and he's going to defend. Queen deuce.
300.
300 should get through.
He's just fucking around. I know, I like to wind things up a little bit. Just so you guys know. No. It's good, right? I don't really well. Just, yeah. I was with him on one stream. Like, sat on my lap. You were there.
I thought like.
No beef. Okay. Just
chicken.
That was just friendly banter.
300.
the energy's kind of tough sometimes. But
Yeah.
and I like to.
Manager from Andy.
Yeah, why not? What else is
James.
there?
Yeah.
Calls from the big blinds. Blind versus blind.
350.
350 from Andy with ace high, and James is gonna let it go.
You know I can't wind you up, so that's not gonna work. So
Don't try. I'll at least engage with you.
Yeah.
It won't actually bother me.
No, I know, but it's gonna be difficult. You know.
You straddle wrap? Switch. You work the
Garrett
market
pressing for the
roulette.
straddle rounds, always trying to kick the game up.
But last year was pretty good for me because remember the short recession crash
Yeah,
in March.
yeah.
Yeah, I shorted it.
Oh, sick.
Yeah,
Nice. In general, volatility is probably always good for you, right?
Total
Is that fair to
200.
say?
I mean,
Not necessarily.
It's a double-edged sword, right?
Okay, got it.
600.
Shorted everywhere, or
1550.
mostly Asian markets, or
Things like Apple.
got
yeah,
major
yeah,
U.S.
yeah,
stocks.
major US.
Fascinating. Yeah. All right, fold.
Andy 3-betting
I
Yeah,
start.
those, like,
on
my
the button,
bankrolls.
7 8 of clubs.
You just went all in
Yeah,
on
no,
shorting.
I mean, it,
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It built,
That's
We're
it.
just gonna let it go. Jack 9 of
Great
diamonds.
choice.
but
You were short before the
yeah,
crash.
yeah, like a little week before, 2 weeks before.
Yeah.
Because of COVID? Because
Yeah,
you were
yeah,
reading?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You knew how serious it was.
Yeah, so it was like in a week. I think it was like half.
You increased your net worth by 50%, you're saying?
No. I'm like half. That's 500.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you
got
guys.
it. Yeah, no worries, sir.
15.
It's not a bad week.
Yeah, but
I blew my wad
15.
into the market on the down on
Okay,
the
so you're gonna
downside,
have
but
15.
early.
Okay, yeah.
Like I was,
Yeah, he's just
it
gonna
kept.
pull
I,
some out of the back.
I
He's
started buying in tranches, but I was completely cash poor before it hit the bottom.
There.
Yeah.
So I was like, too early. I wasn't gonna sell, but it was early. What's going on? Where are we? Sorry.
What the hell's going on over here? What happened, Victor? You went on tilt or what?
Garrett got me.
Oh, fucking Garrett. Garrett's like a
But actually,
bang bang magnet.
like even though I
Yeah, looks like
Get in the
Victor
fucking
changed
other
up
reel.
like most of his chips to get white chips.
like kind of
Yeah, dude. Baccarat will
Here's the
always
winnings.
win.
Victor
You gotta stay away.
down the most after that hand with Garrett. Ace Queen versus Ace King.
just lost.
Andy still
Poker game or baccarat?
No poker game.
Poker.
First.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then-
top winner.
Yeah.
To try to get it back.
Yeah.
In your defense,
That's not what you
A lot
want
of
to drop.
people.
in English you probably know the concept, but it's like called like new money. Just in general, like when you make that much money that quickly,
Yeah,
it's hard to
yeah,
hold
yeah,
on
yeah,
to
yeah,
it
yeah.
because you're like, look how easy it is to make money. You know, it's super hard.
Oh, yeah, that much.
Everybody struggles with that if you make a lot of money quickly.
Yeah,
True.
I actually have a
You want to wait a couple
clients
minutes, Harry,
that
or you
built
want to
a
come in?
pretty
No, man, I don't want to
successful
fucking
business
wait.
right
How
before
much?
the pandemic, and the pandemic completely killed them. But right before, they managed to make a bunch of money,
Yeah.
and they didn't keep any of it. They just
I love my good
blew it on bad investments.
What the
and all
fuck
sorts of
happened
stuff.
to that one?
Victor, you're the straddlist
When,
now.
when it comes easy, they
That's
seem
your
to think
glass?
that it,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
it goes into
Oh, that's your glass.
perpetuity.
Okay.
You know, like if it's happening now, it'll continue this way. Business cycles, just not, not really.
So is it on me or where's the action? Is it on me?
It's on Harry.
Straddle. Okay.
Yeah.
Give it.
A fold. Give that to Garrett. From now. Whoa, what are you doing here?
I I just want to be honest.
Here. Here, for a fucking great ass job.
I actually locked it up in an apartment. I put it down.
Good, nice.
Yeah, I locked it up.
Sweet.
Like,
In the US
before
or
I went.
where?
I don't think.
Singapore.
Yeah,
Yeah, cool. And I assume
But
real
at least I
estate-
can't touch it.
Yeah.
Right?
Real estate's gone way up
Yeah.
since then, right? In the last
Yo,
year,
bro.
right? Yeah.
Time.
Who starts the
me?
spell round?
Yeah, you. Stop
yeah.
stalling.
Harry, do you want to partake in the straddle round? You missed
Right.
2 of them. It's up
Thank
to
you.
you.
Bro, I just put 250.
So yeah, he's gonna pass. We're off ahead.
Why? Oh, because it's like.
It's a round, but you can skip it, dude. It's not
Yeah.
that big of a deal. Whatever you want.
Wait, let me see if I have aces. though.
Yeah. Take a look at your hand first.
Is there a raise, man? Just,
That's good wine.
Sure.
What are you trying to do?
I'm sorry.
Cheers, brother.
There
Do
you
whatever
go.
you want.
There you go. I'm sorry. I thought
James,
it was-
right?
I raised him.
Nicole.
Save you money. You're welcome.
Raise 5.
I have a big one this time. Very big hand. Now it's open, just so you know. Factor that into the equation.
No, Garrett here. Take it.
Raise and a call here. Victor defending the big blind. Victor outflopping Garrett. Or these two just played a gigantic pot. Garrett turning. Straight draw. So now he has overs and a straight draw. Well, this is the river, so Victor is best. It's like Victor's going to check call mode, and I think Garrett is going to check this back.
Second. 4,000.
And I'm wrong. Overbet 4,000. And Victor, not in a folding mood, snaps off the overbet 4,000 with Queen 10.
It's nice to give some back, Garrett. It's always nice to give some back. Right thing to do.
I mean, the way the hand went down, Garrett is repping pretty thin there on a river 7 to overbet. He's repping a hand like Jack 8.
Oh, you guys are finishing.
Checks back the flop, calls the turn open-ended, and hits the 7 on the river for a straight. Or maybe a hand like 10-7, that river 2 pair. Not many hands for value. Still tough to call 4,000 with a Queen 10.
That didn't turn over or anything.
Well done. 6.
So push your luck 2 in a row against Garrett. 2 in a row.
I got lucky there.
2 in a row is like, it's like hitting a 2-team parlay, you know? It's not easy. Hard enough to win one bet.
Were you gonna shove it on the river on the ace-king hand?
Oh yeah, I was thinking about folding. Yeah. So you say yes. That's what I was debating between. So you
If
save
I would
money.
have checked, you would have shoved,
Yeah,
right?
you save money for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm like, fuck, there's a good
Yeah,
chance
yeah,
you might have ace-king here.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna
Maybe I
say
saved a
that
little
like
bit.
after the hand, cause like, I know like you're cool, whatever. But I thought that might sound like a needle if I do say that.
No,
but
no,
you
no.
for sure save money by doing that. Yeah. No, I can't fold my hand.
No, yeah, I know.
That'd be crazy.
You're definitely not folding there.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if I would have saved a little bit.
Oh, it's
more.
gone.
Yeah,
It's gone.
for
Made
sure.
it out.
Oh shit, he dropped it! He fucking dropped it!
Yeah, I feel like no matter what I have there on the river, I gotta shove or check.
Yeah.
6.
And there's no point in putting him all in because he's not gonna follow it worse. Like, because he had some money behind, so you didn't want to
What
push.
you mean when he bet?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just didn't know. I didn't know what. I don't know. I thought I was just like losing enough that like calling was better. Yeah.
You were trying to save yourself that same amount of money.
Yeah.
600 from Victor on the button. James defending the straddle. Ace, king, jack. Victor well ahead here.
Nick wants to win and fucking learn. All at the same time.
500.
Well, I want to at least learn because I'm definitely not winning. So.
James not folding. He's consider continuing here. He does have a gut shot to the queen.
Huh?
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, he lets it go.
You know, smart people learn on others' mistakes. I can only handle learning on mine. So. You know.
Your straddle.
I don't know when he came back.
Oh, he does?
It's not a rush. I'm not gonna put him play anyway.
Just felt like, where's my money? Thousand. Hey Wayne, if you get a chance, if you see a food server, can you have them come in here?
What?
If you see someone from food service, can you have them come in?
Sure.
Hey Wayne, are you getting?
What?
You getting your shit still?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what you roll. Victor.
No, no.
Oh, I get two
The
more.
accountant raising his straddle. James limped it over to him with deuces and pretty ugly flop for both players. Now, turn is a 9, one liner to a straight. And James gives the balk, reaching for chips like he was about to bet and then decides to check. Usually that's a sign of a pretty weak hand, but the accountant's gonna check back sixes. Now he does not balk. James turning his deuces into a bluff. 1200. Pretty tough call if you're the accountant. You beat, I mean, you beat smaller pocket pairs, which James happens to have, or a hand like ace 5. Very few hands you beat there.
Okay.
Before Calabasas.
Yep. All right. I just moved here about 10 months ago.
From where?
From Boston.
Oh, Red Sox are doing good.
Yeah. I see you guys in the World Series.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I would love that.
There's no guarantees that Dodgers will get there. Because last year, Atlanta was winning the series 3-1. I feel like they're going to win this year.
It's definitely the matchup everyone wants, huh? Dodgers,
Yeah.
Sox.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Dodgers, Yankees. Here we go. They're going to tie the game right now. Game's tied. Oh, not yet. 2-1. Wow. Let's switch. Jack 6, Jack 7.
You go to a lot of games growing up, Fenway?
Yeah, here and there. Not too often, but
Yeah.
I'll catch a game here and there.
From Watertown or?
No, I'm from the North Shore, which Watertown's the South Shore, but I'm like 20 minutes outside of the city. You know, Salem, Massachusetts.
That family lives there.
Thank you.
A lot of Armenian community in Boston.
Yeah. There is.
Oh, shit. No, I ordered it. Oh, you did, okay.
Dominican?
Sure you get all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I do.
Mexican, Filipino, all that stuff.
Yeah,
Indian.
everything you can think of, yeah. Middle Eastern.
That's a good point. I could guess 20
Yeah,
different ethnicities.
Yeah, I've had everything thrown at me.
4?
There's another fucking base hit.
The accountant loves punishing limpers. Even out of the blinds, he likes to punish. Makes it 400, 7-5 of diamonds. 2 calls. Well, ace 10-10. Not a bad flop to rep after you've raised out of the blinds.
Done.
And look at this. Garrett's going to call with evil intention. And Harry overcalls with 2 sevens. And he has the best hand.
5. 5.
Well, turns of 4.
Can we also call food service?
I think Garrett was planning to go for it if it went check to him, if Harry folded, but it's a little different now with Harry overcalling the bet.
2,000.
Garrett's going to go for it anyway, 2,000. That should get the job done. What was that? Garrett's winking at the accountant.
10 seconds.
What is that? I've never seen Garrett do that before.
I will have to pay it. There, thank you.
King Jack or King Queen, Garrett?
King 10.
No, it doesn't matter.
No, me. I folded.
Sure.
He didn't reply to me. I saw him pick up the phone when I got out. So I called for you.
I mean, usually when someone bets and they do something to try to get you to fold, whether it be like, hey, like they wink at you, or they whisper like, hey, I have a really good hand, or I have like a flush or a full house. Usually their hand's not that good, and they're just trying to get you to fold.
2,000.
But of course, I'm pretty sure Garrett knows that.
The ace is loaded, and it's 2-2.
You like going to games, right?
2,000 here
Say it
from
again.
Mark
No.
out of the big
Even-
blind.
It doesn't matter the sport. You don't like going.
Gets through.
Because of the drag.
I can see it. Yeah. It's a lot.
I can't deal with public bathrooms,
Yeah, yeah.
sun hitting in your eyes.
Technology on TVs is so good these
You're
days.
afraid to root for one way or the other. There's all kinds of weirdos sitting next to you, you know.
I get it. I disagree with you, but I get it. I see your side.
Does it get rowdy at
I like
Dodger
it from the
Stadium?
house. I sit in the backyard, have a cigar,
Yeah.
bottle of wine, dogs, bathrooms right there,
Nice bathroom, clean one.
of course. Exactly. 3.
Drudo says, I think Garrett knew
'Cause the way
he
that
had
the
account
electronic
beat and he was having fun.
everything's
Possibly.
there. You can see replays. I mean,
Yeah,
it's so
of
nice
course,
to watch it
of
all.
course. Yeah, yeah. I get it.
But from what I've seen from Garrett, if Garrett thinks he's ahead,
I'm always looking
he's
for like a high.
not gonna
I know
try
you
to
it
get
from
the other
gambling and
person to
stuff, but There's
fold.
a high about like being in the
I get high betting on games. Like I have your team, Arizona.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
doesn't play favorites, you know.
4,500
Like,
at
he's out for
26.
blood for everyone.
That's a high for me.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
now we're at what, like plus 600 or something crazy?
Now?
Yeah.
Now they're like 10 to 1.
10 to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
300, 3 ways. Harry open-ended, the accountant with the best hand, pair of 10s.
7.
Oh shit, base hit.
700 and a call from Harry. Turn is an ace. Check, check. And the river is a 7. Harry bricks out, and Harry is going to give up. And this will probably just go check, check. Going to show down his 10.
When does college basketball start? Yeah, soon, right?
Yeah, I think it's not for 2 or 3 more weeks, right?
Sorry.
The accountant finally picking up a premium hand. We've seen him splash around with so many holdings. This time he has queens, and Garrett, who has 3-bet him throughout the whole show, does it again, queen-eye diamonds, but this time the accountant has queens.
A lot of flies in here.
And it looks like the accountant 4-bet it. And Garrett snap called. Ace, ace, king, pretty ugly flop for queens. And now the accountant does the balk. He took out betting chips into his hand, made it into a fist, and then checked. How does Garrett take that?
You would
Check,
think
check
they would
on the
switch
turn.
this.
Now 2,000.
I mean, you would think that they would get a hitter there
Yeah.
in a spot with one out, bases loaded, but maybe it's too
Or
early.
then into a.
Garrett's just gonna let it go.
Pitching probably will.
Food service? Food service?
Only 'cause
Okay, they
it's
still
yours.
haven't come in. Okay. Take it.
Although that's probably a mistake in a lot.
What's up, buddy?
No, 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 no. I mean, like, no, in general, like, if we play, because you get, no, what I mean, like, the chances of you wanting to go back and watch a hand against me is 0, right? But if you,
It's not 0.
I mean, I don't know, it's pretty 0. Like, worthy of
Give yourself some credit. Fuck 0.
No, but I mean, like,
I know what you're saying.
like,
It's higher than 0.
It has to be, right?
Yeah. Right.
3.
Huh? Of course, man. Don't worry.
11.
Can you give me some chips?
Garrett 3-betting the suited ace. Ace 3 of spades. James is going to defend his open. Well, pretty good flop for ace 3 of spades. 10, 5, 7, 2 spades.
Run it to the machine. Give me 1,000 purple, 2,000 white, the rest 1K.
Wait. 33.
Wow. Look at this. James decides to check raise. King, queen. 5, 7, 7, 2 spades makes it 3,300. And earlier we saw this exact scenario where James check raised with a flush draw on the flop and hit it on the turn. This time, Garrett has the flush draw.
we agree there, Harry.
I love coming here. Just even come and drink
James
wine
checks
and watch the
again.
sports
Yeah, it's
in the
inside.
private room, playing 20, 40, 80 or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
On a Saturday, you know. Fucking best.
Garrett checks it back. River is a 9. Bring in a one-liner. 7, 8, 9, 10. Ace high is best. If there was ever a time to go for it, this would be it for James. You're going to show up with the 6 and the jack more often than Garrett. Plus you have king high. You know you need to bet to win.
65. 6,500.
6,500. Good bet by James. It should work. I mean, this would be like an impossible call with ace 3. So nice play there by James.
Sure you want to waste time playing a tournament? It's so much more money playing cash. You better wear a jacket in that tournament room, James.
Big one.
It's cold in there.
Oh. playing main event?
No, I made end of day 3 twice. I quit.
James, you're the big blind?
I lost with kings against ace king, both in the last level.
Are we still straddling or?
They haven't been.
New one.
I don't want to play the main event for the
Straddle.
first time.
But it's the worst, man. The
Is-
worst feeling.
is-
End of day 3, king,
Yeah,
some
3
idiot
days.
is 3 betting with 6s, and then the
Such a
guy is
long
on the
grind.
button with ace king, fucking forever. You get it all in snap call. Like, oh yeah, it's gonna come.
Wait,
On the
six.
fly, right away, of course. Go.
Call. Do you have money behind yours?
No, not on this.
Okay, thank you. 6 and call.
I played the Millionaire Maker and was playing that for like a couple of days. I was like, shit. Like,
That's a waste of time.
Fucking
You
tired.
play something that
600 from
like, you're
Victor.
gonna win a
Harry
lot.
calls on the button, and both players
How much is the millionaire?
with a flush draw. Harry with a pair
1,500.
and a flush draw, and a higher flush draw as well.
Victor, I
Victor in
would
really bad
gladly
shape.
give all my money in on this hand. I wish I could lose it more behind, but I'm over.
All in.
Harry's all in, and it wouldn't be too unreasonable for Victor to call.
Fuck it.
Well,
2,800.
he's not going to call now. Harry goes all in and shows his hand.
Harry went all in.
I wanna call.
Gotta
I
no
mean,
matter what he has, he has
Victor
like a
had
close
what looked
decision.
like a monster flop. He has a flush draw and cut shot,
put
but
that together.
Oh, you
up
know.
against Harry's
All right, never
specific
mind.
hand,
That's the
he's
one
in
hand
really
you
bad
shouldn't have
shape.
fucking shown.
Show me one black nine.
I
Show me one black nine on the turn. That's it. We don't want to zero.
Even if he has like black ace king, it's close, but that's like the one hand he just pitches.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because he would have called him off.
Oh, it was, yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh, for sure with that hand.
If
Yeah.
I had like 10,000 more, I don't know, 5,000 more, I'd still show my hand. Give me change.
You got it.
Moosh.
You just waited a couple more seconds.
Yeah, that's okay. What the hell were
There,
you
a couple
thinking? What are you
seconds, like,
waiting
2 or
for?
3 seconds.
What are you actually thinking about folding?
No, that's exactly what. I'm like, you
Straight
would
up.
show with a flush draw there. I'm like, it has to be bigger than mine.
But
And then
have
you
a
showed it
flush
to me,
draw.
and I'm like, okay.
But you have a flush draw. That's
Trying
fine.
to make sure you're dead, right? You're like, am
Yeah.
I? Oh yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, thank you for showing.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem.
No problem.
6.
I have to give you one show too then.
Whatever, yeah. Still have it.
600.
If you
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
it,
Nick started.
if you feel like it, you do it. If
Oh,
you
no,
don't,
of
you
course.
don't.
I'd called it out. I guess I didn't get hit.
Garrett's thinking, oh, that's a raise already.
The accountant waking up with another premium hand, 2 jacks. Mark, initial raiser with deuces. We don't know what Garrett has, but he's thinking about it.
Didn't we take that one already?
Yeah. Can I get food service full? Alright. Can you get food one? I think you gave us one.
Yeah, it's said they called them, they never showed.
No,
Re-raise.
you fucked up.
82.
I just wanted 2 changes.
Garrett, out of the straddle, is going to put in the cold 4-bet, 8,200. And the accountant already staring Garrett down.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Oh, wait a minute. This is in play. Sorry. Hold on, guys. This was in play. I fold. Thank you. Okay, here. Let's do this.
The accountant is in a
That's,
tough spot.
1K. Yeah.
He does not want to
When
fold
you get a
to
chance, can you call
Garrett.
food service again? No one showed up. When you get a chance, can you call food
This
service
is also
again?
one of the best hands he's had
10 seconds.
on the show. He would hate to fold and be wrong, especially to Garrett. If I had to guess, I'd say the accountant is going to shove, but we'll see. 1 for call, 2 for fold, 3 for shove.
You want to keep it?
Yeah.
What do you think?
really interested in calling.
Oh, he said he's not calling. So we're down to 3s and 1s. Wow, he does fold. And we don't get to see what Garrett had.
That's the millionaire message for you, and then you hold this later, you're out.
Yeah.
And you wonder if you made the right fold.
You're like, I don't know what the right move is.
Yeah.
Like, what do I do after the flop? Like, there's no, he's not really, like, what's he gonna risk? There's nothing really.
You have to win so many coin flips, dodge so many bullets. That's silly.
Nice hand here, man. Nice fucking time to get queens. Nice
Everyone,
time.
everyone knew I had queens. Huh?
Well, who else said you had queens?
We folded jacks.
Well, yeah, I mean, you had queens.
Figured he knew I had queens too.
Yeah, you probably fucking had 7 deuce offs too. I mean, you probably.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
These 7-8
Don't
diamonds.
disrespect my game. Like
These
that.
7-8 diamonds.
No, you could have just been like, I own him, and been like, here, watch him fold.
You know, it would have been nice. It would have been nice to have like 800 more left. You know, I just don't put it in there. Just to security.
We never took
Just
what
force
time?
him to show his fucking hand at the end.
I'll see that.
3:30, right? I thought it.
Live with these decisions.
Okay.
I want to know what, like,
Huh?
I'm supposed to do, right? Like, without knowing your hand.
Well, hopefully there's no easy answer. If there's an easy answer, then.
You know, like, they say, like, oh, that's a straight continue or whatever, or like, that should be a call, or.
That's not
I
the way
thought I did. That's why
That's
I'm
not the way I
calling
think
it out.
of it.
But okay. I'll take your word for it. I believe you.
I don't think anything's all that straightforward.
All the hands kind of blend, you know?
You figure I'm not doing it super light, like how light, or maybe I'm squeeze playing. Maybe you pick
Seven.
up like ace, queen, ace, king. Then I'm drawing anyway.
Harry, you have any thoughts on this last hand?
Yeah, if I raise with jacks, hell, I am fucking falling. Never seen me fucking
Mark, raising out of the big blind with ace queen.
Five.
Harry, the only caller, flops a 6. 500 and a call.
Actually quite happy with fold. Now that I know
Well,
he would
Mark
call.
turns a queen. Let's check, check. River is a 3, giving Harry 2 pair.
2 pair.
1100 and a quick call.
Yeah.
Playing the right game?
Did you fly here from Singapore to win money or to have fun?
Both. Yeah.
Yeah. 6. I thought we did.
What are the numbers? I see like 7 numbers.
It
Are
was
we
seven,
sure we
seven,
knew?
yeah. He had
Okay.
6-3 in his hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? You commenting on my hand too?
Yeah, two pairs, 2 pairs.
Everybody's fucking commenting on my
Take
hand.
it.
Okay, fuck it, I'll just play aces and kings and fold jacks.
No, it's because it was a collection. He wanted to know because it landed on him. He saw 6 and was like, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Harry, it's your straddle? You're keeping it going? Thank you.
What's all this noise in here? What's all this noise? I can't concentrate. What's all this noise in
You
here?
good to go?
What the fuck's going on? Oh, he wants to eat? So get a server. Jesus.
Andy, do you have a hand? I'm sorry.
No, it's you. Nick.
What happened? We used to have buffet in here back in the day. Well, we used to play 25-50. Wow, 25-50. There used to be fucking cocktails, shrimp in here. We used to have desserts. Remember when it was 25-50? Now
We got flies.
playing 50, 100, 200, we get flies. Dude, back in the day, remember when there was a 25-50 game? Oh my God! Wow, they're gonna play 25-50. Let's break out the dessert. Fucking prime beef, fucking all these trays when I serve. That'd be like a private server.
6.
And then Garrett starts coming to live at the back and just fucks everything up.
We get flies now.
Yeah, before we stopped 25-50 game was our biggest game. Now I guess Garrett shows up to the fight and just fucks everything up.
The accountant barreling down.
Sure, it's
Well,
on me.
barreled
Probably
on
had
flop
nothing to do with the
3-4.
pandemic.
Victor's gonna win with 10 high if it gets checked through.
When we first started playing, Garrett.
Yeah, no, but they changed a lot of things with COVID, I'm sure you know. Like all the food and shit used to at least
Yeah.
be comped.
Yeah.
Just to get
Victor is not going to check.
points,
He's actually, well,
basically cash.
he's
Yeah,
bluffing with
all
10
of a
high, but he has
sudden
the
lost
best
my
hand.
2200.
All those things, yeah, they don't have it.
19.
These casinos were paying like 80 cents an hour.
Yeah.
I still have like all my.
You better give me
You can't use it, but I know it sucks. You can use it for the food though.
Yeah, but only certain places.
Yeah. You can't use it as Starbucks.
You knew Helmuth was
Yeah.
coming like pre-COVID, because that's when they'd whip out the buffet and shit.
Yeah, of course, for that fucking nit.
4-2. No.
Wait, are we going overtime at any point of this year?
This year?
Yeah, you got the countdown, you got Garrett at the game. I mean, never mind Andy and Victor.
This guy's always
Can we go a
throwing
little bit
the
of
fuck
fucking
out.
overtime?
It's so amazing.
Half hour at least?
If it makes you feel better, like you're fucking not alone, man.
Huh?
He gives it to me just as hard. Back in the day, we had buffets, and Garrett started playing, and we get flies.
Oh, man. Can you request it?
Back in the day. Inflation, Harry. Inflation.
Wayne, Harry never asked for anything. Come on, fulfill one request for the guy.
Half hour.
Fucking A.
Jesus Christ. Well, can you at least act like it's on,
Last
but
drop?
don't change the cards, don't shut the lights off. It's very depressing when all of a sudden the little cards come out and I can't fucking see anything. And the lights get turned off, it's like,
I'm getting old too.
it's
I
like a
can't see the
restaurant
cards.
that's ready to close and you just get your fucking food.
I
You
need
know?
the color next too.
The colorblind deck.
Yeah. You have whenever you're free.
6.
Did they fill it out?
The camera is really loving James right now.
Yeah, she emailed me.
Mark raises up to 600 out of the cutoff.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
2000.
You're supposed to kick me out of the table.
What do you think about that hand, James?
Who do I see? You? Okay. In my
Not too
office.
interested, huh?
No, I'm sorry. I know what you're saying.
Once again, welcome. 50, 100 blinds, $100 big blind, and a high stakes on a Tuesday. I'm Jeremy Fremlin.
Leave it alone, you
Yeah, Nick started it.
fucking do your job.
All right.
I'll take your single.
3. $300 from Garrett. James
Guy
calls
comes all the way from
out of the big
Singapore,
blind,
James.
7, 8 of hearts.
So fucking funny. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just very funny.
Bust some balls.
Yeah.
9, 7 deuce. James is going to lead here with a 7.
What's going on, man? Why are you beating me in every hand?
Am I
That's super fucked up, dude. You're breaking my heart here, bro. Fucking A.
Wow. Garrett gives a speech and then a call.
You can't win every
Turn is a
hand,
jack.
man. Right, I'll check.
Check, check on the turn. River's a 9.
Definitely checking.
I got a pair of sevens.
Oh, fuck, that's definitely good.
Yeah, J-Pop says it works speech gets him a free card. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it did.
No.
I mean, it's pretty unsettling for someone just to speak up so loud and direct at you during the hand that maybe it makes you not want to barrel the turn. And how often does Garrett just boisterously talk to someone during the hand? Not very often.
David Tuckman on the other hand.
Fuck David Tuckman. I like Bart. Put David Tuckman's picture behind mine.
Under yours or what?
Behind it.
Two.
Oh, shoot,
Limped
sorry.
pot here.
Check.
Big blind versus cutoff. Garrett turns the best hand. Pretty ugly run out for sixes. 1,000 overbet by Garrett. Here he's gonna fold. Hey, what's up, Jeremy Stark? Says, is this Jeremy in the booth? Yes, it is. What's up, Jeremy?
You're playing this ID on the prime. Oh, nice. You play.
I haven't. No.
Oh, no, I haven't. Wow.
Yeah, that's that'd be cool.
Old school, new school.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like one of my heroes for sure. That'd be cool. You watch him a lot too?
I mean, in the past,
Yeah, of course.
they only aired the old
But
Pokemon
he's the
video.
best, right?
250.
Yeah. No one's more fun to cheer for than Andy.
Insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with the straddle.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll get bigger, yeah.
It's like Rob's home game.
Yeah, yeah.
8-8-3 trips for Andy.
Gets crazy. Gets crazy at the bigger games, like the amount you win and lose, yeah.
So you guys playing Friday and Saturday? What time?
Versace Mark
Well, Friday,
is
I
gonna
know.
check call with Jack 9 and turns a Jack.
Both of them, yeah, both of them.
Same time.
And Andy checks it back. River's a full house for Andy. Mark's gonna go for value with his Jack.
See, people that you know, Gall is playing.
And not a small value bet either, 1,050. Trying to get value from a hand like sevens, nines, sixes, pocket pairs.
Oh, Chris, check.
But Andy's gonna raise.
Trish is a good guy.
Yeah, he's the best. Nicest fucking
Is
dude.
Reza playing or no?
3,800.
Raise. Ante.
And Mark re-raises. 10,000. Unbelievable.
Tough to what?
He's definitely bluffing, turning his Jack into a bluff.
Why?
You would never guess that Mark
Why do
has
you say that?
a Jack, just a Jack here. This is a very rare play. To put in the third bet as turning your made hand into a bluff, you play months and never see this. Fortunately for Mark, Andy has the full house and he's going to call.
Sure.
Wives are like the alpha, for the most part, not all of them.
I know what you mean. They honor their wives.
What an unbelievable hand that was.
Last Friday, Reza was, he got sick at the table. I don't know, something happened to him.
Really?
Yeah, he wasn't feeling
And with that hand, Andy is, well, continues to be the
That
big
guy,
winner.
he drinks like 100 cups of coffee a day. He
Yeah.
probably just hadn't slept.
Probably hadn't slept in a couple days.
Yeah. I've been like that. Like I'll just stay up for like days straight. Not normally. Like I'm not like manic. But let's say I'm in a poker game for like a couple days straight.
I think Mark was putting Andy on a rivered flush. That's
But
kind of
between
the
that
story
and
that
caffeine, like sometimes like
could make sense
it's like an
to Mark, and
out-of-body
he's trying to get
experience.
Andy to fold a flush representing a full house.
Like I'll just be there. And I'm
Pretty
like,
ambitious.
what's going on right now? Yeah.
You start hallucinating.
Exactly.
Weird shit, like-
Hallucinating's the word for
Because
sure.
you know
I've
when
been
you're
there.
dehydrated and the blood pressure gets really low, that can cause all kinds of shit.
Yeah. The over caffeine.
I mean,
thing.
Mark does not play many hands, but from what we've seen, he is absolutely fearless. If he thinks a play is going to work, he's going to do it. No, Andy did not shove. Andy called the river.
What are you doing? Writing a love letter over there or what?
To you, Harry, to you. I'm coaching him. I know you like it.
400.
Wayne, how are we doing with James's food? What? How are we doing with his food?
I'm not hungry.
Queen high.
I'm not hungry.
You wanted food earlier.
Gonna be hard for you to win that
No, I
one.
just wanted to drink.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah,
You want to eat?
Yeah, no, betting it's fine. You
Yeah,
just
it's
can't
almost
win
dinner.
versus my hand. Yeah.
Oh, Jeremy Strike says, hey, Jeremy, you're getting a lot better in the big game. Just keep up the aggression. Thanks, Jeremy. It's funny saying, like, talking to another Jeremy because I'm Jeremy also.
They have good food here.
Oh, yeah? You mean at this casino?
Yeah, the casino, of course.
I mean, I had the Chinese food wasn't
Wasn't that good?
Is that your favorite type of cuisine?
No, Japanese, yeah. Omakase, yeah. Oh, you like that?
Thank you.
Oh.
So many types of Japanese food.
So I see in the chat
Barbecue.
that Andy did shove. If he did shove, then I was wrong.
Is sushi popular in Singapore too?
Really?
Probably.
Elders in Vegas.
What is there at that?
Yeah, I went to play some dumbass $1,500 blind tournament. I'm like, you're an idiot. Wasting your fucking 3 days of weekday.
Everybody wants the glory, huh? They want to win a bracelet, I think, right? Yeah. More power to them.
$1,500 tournament, 5,000 people.
Yeah, you can't win. I don't understand how anybody wins.
For 2 days.
Well, it's better than playing the lottery. 1 in 220, 59 million or whatever.
Are there any good sushi shops here?
Oh yeah, so
That
many.
you know?
Yeah, but I'd be nervous to give you like my recommendations
Oh,
because I
okay.
don't think you would like my like.
Oh,
What's your
Yeah.
recommendation?
So I like places that like make like very flavorful foods and they do cool things with
Oh.
spices and whatever.
Oh, so it's
Whereas like the quality of the fish, not like it's bad, but it's not as important.
Oh, okay.
So I've
You
gone-
like the mayo and the,
Yeah, so I've gone
You're
with
the
friends
chef.
to places where it's like,
Or you're the big blind.
you know, whatever, like 300 to 500 a person, and you sit at the sushi bar,
Yeah, yeah,
and I
yeah.
like it.
Yeah.
But I don't think I appreciate it as much as I should.
Oh.
You know what I mean? And I assume that's what you like the most,
Yeah,
right?
oh yeah, you got it spot on.
Yeah.
I mean,
So go to, there's a place called You and Me. Like
You
Y,
and Me.
Y-U, and then the and sign, M-I. And that's in Beverly Hills, and
Oh,
it's a
Beverly
small
Hills.
little sushi bar that's pretty good. And then there's a place in Koreatown, it's called Sushi.
600 from Victor.
Like
Okay,
Y-U.
Here he calls
Okay,
on the
and
button.
M-I.
Okay, oh, sushi.
Well, pretty miserable
And then the
flop
Sushi one in
for
Cape
2
Town.
9s.
No way.
Victor's going to bet it.
400.
400 and a snap call from Harry.
100%. I handed it to her.
Well, turns a queen, brings a one-liner to a king. Harry
1100.
He's gonna bet 1100, kind of turning his 10 into a bluff. Hard to get called by worse.
Yeah, just like a triple.
Gets through.
Yeah, yeah, I'll have that.
No, I get it, but no.
He's over here, guys. Who wanna order?
Here's a big one.
Okay, sure, sure.
Onion rings, fries,
Onion ring.
Harry,
Thank you.
you got one order before you leave?
and
For what?
You wanna order something?
I want
No,
to order
I'm
two.
good.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Put in your order, guys. You around.
Tell you what, chat, if you
No,
liked
of
that
course
hand
it's not even that.
with Andy and
Start a
Mark,
new round.
where Mark went
Yeah.
crazy with
Straddle?
a pair of jacks, hit the like button.
wanna
If you
wait?
get enough
Yeah,
likes,
'cause I wanna go smoke.
Let's
then we'll
wait.
go overtime till
Alright, hold on
9:30.
then. That's okay.
No, but I'm saying like they have to have a camera or something.
Oh, fuck, man.
If you want overtime, hit the like button.
If I win a big one here, Harry, it's on you, bro.
I think no
What is it?
matter
It's a little over
if you
400 now? Get enough likes, 9:30 we
Like,
go.
I mean, home games, it doesn't matter.
blinds
Free
are-
flop,
It's
if
going
there's
in.
$80 in the pot, it's gonna be
If
like
Andy and I make a
7,000.
pair, it's all
Half hour of
Yeah.
overtime until 9:30.
Top pair, open
If-
hand, it's gonna go.
If get enough likes.
Service?
You know what, I guess I'm gonna order two, fuck, let me go first.
Yeet.
500.
You know what, I'm gonna have the cowboy ribeye, medium rare.
500 from Garrett. One liner here to a straight. No one has the 5.
Okay, and then wait,
And
who's gonna order?
River is a king. It's multi-way.
And use that shit up.
You would guess that someone has the 5 here, but no one does. In fact, a pair of 6s is best right now. And after getting checked to, Andy's going to take a stab at it, 1,000.
3,000.
And the accountant check raises, turning
Play
his
their
6
hand worse,
into
you
a
or me.
bluff.
What the hell?
He actually has the best hand, though.
Donkeys
Pretty
called?
sure neither of us had it.
Capability, is that what it is? The beef, the plate with all the.
Fail, guys. Fail.
Yeah. Yeah, and then let me get, hot sauce, extra hot sauce.
People in Twitch asking where's the like button. Hop over to the YouTube stream, hit the like button. Very easy, takes like 2 seconds.
Yeah, let me get one of those.
Can you add a Diet Coke for me? With ice?
Yeah, I have a card.
Yeah, give him your card, I put mine on your card.
Yeah, that's cool.
Might as well use that shit up.
I have a lot of points, thanks.
No, thank you. What you laughing at?
You sticking your tongue out.
Stop looking at my tongue.
It's too captivating, I'm sorry. Man. 600.
Oh, excuse me. He had 2 pairs, 6-4. My mistake. Sorry, chat. And the chat is like totally flaming me right now. King, Jack, Jack. Victor flops the world. Bet in a quick fold.
Wait, you lost a lot of weight, huh, lately?
Yeah, probably for the wrong reason.
For the wrong reason?
Yeah. 400. $1,600.
400 from the account on the button. Garrett, 1,600 out of the small blind. The account all show long has been opening wide, and Garrett has been 3-betting him like over and over again. We saw that one hand where the accountant had queens and put in the 4th bet, eventually winning the hand. But other than that, he has not played back at Garrett. And if Garrett knows that the accountant needs queens to play back at him, then he's going to be 3-betting a lot. I mean, if at worst you're going to get called, then 3-betting becomes much more enticing.
Alright, it's 400. Re-raise, 1200.
Sachi Mark makes it 1200 on the button, Queen Jack of Diamonds.
3300.
And Victor gonna put in the cold 4-bet with 2 queens. As far as pre-flop goes, Mark and Victor are probably the 2 tightest. Probably Mark more so than Victor. Wow, and Mark makes an uncharacteristic peel here with Queen Jack of Diamonds and flops just about the best flop you could get up against 2 queens, 8, 9, 5, 2 diamonds. So Mark, gut shot and flush draw. And we could just see an all-in here. No, Mark calls. He's got, what, about 7,000 behind. The turn is an ace. Victor checks. Mark checks it back, trying to realize his equity. Well, river is a 5, and I gotta think Victor's just gonna win this hand. Yep, check, check. Queens takes it down. $400 from Mark, out of the cutoff. The accountant calls. Accountant limp calling here, King 7 of clubs. Check through on the flop. And Mark just gonna let it go.
Adding 10,000.
The table has quieted down quite a bit compared to when it first started as far as people talking.
I need to pick my next.
If you've ever played long sessions of poker, the games get like this where there's lulls and highs, right? There'll be periods of when everyone's talking a lot and periods where you know, everyone's just chilling out, playing their game. And then suddenly it'll be, you know, back to where it was. Everyone talking.
200.
Garrett betting is 3. Count just gonna let go. The jack. Oh, jack high.
You got it. Four. $1,200.
$400 from Victor. James on the button makes it 1,200. We haven't heard from James in quite a while. Ace, ace, queen. 2 diamonds. James with the flush draw. Looks like James is going to just check it back, try to hit his flush. He's going to win with 9 high if Victor checks it.
500.
And Victor bets very small here, 500, and gets through.
Just shuttle it. $550.
$550 from Andy out of the hijack. Victor's going to defend the straddle. Both players miss. Well, turn is the ace, giving Andy the nut flush draw. King high is going to take it down unless Victor bets. Same situation we saw earlier. Victor's going to check it this time. $600. $600 from Garrett on the button. Andy finding the straddle. Well, jack, queen, deuce, 2 hearts, or excuse me, 3 hearts. Garrett's going to check back, play a pot control type line.
6.
Going for value here on the turn. Andy with nothing to call with folds.
600.
$600 from Garrett. James defending the straddle. I think they're straddling every hand now. Queen, deuce, deuce.
500.
500 from Garrett, and James is gonna let it go.
How much?
250.
Dodgers are getting wrecked, huh?
We're off straddle one hand.
Four.
I better have something, James. How much?
Two more. Four straight.
Four is good.
3 players.
Four is good.
$400 three ways.
Check.
Harry is best here with tens. 8-9 queen.
I'm gonna bet.
Harry's still good and he's open-ended now.
800.
Good bet.
James has a pair of eights.
Oh, fucking bad.
800 gets through.
Can I check for you? I went ahead, James. It's scary shit, right? Somebody, Mike Caliber.
200. Straddle.
Very dangerous.
Don't forget, guys, if you want to see the game, go till 9:30, 30 minutes overtime, hit the like button.
Option. 6 on top, 8 total.
The accountant raising his straddle 800. Harry limped the button, calls with deuce 4. Well, there's the nuts for the accountant, but Harry with 4 high.
I think I didn't see all of it, but I saw a lot of it.
Okay, so the beginning, where he talks about how Americans love napkins.
I think I missed that.
Do you remember that part?
Because he did a few of them, didn't he? Is this
Maybe.
Like the latest one?
Yeah, this is his newest one.
Okay,
Anyway,
I haven't
whenever
seen
I
that.
just see like these 1,000 napkins here, it always makes me think of it. You should check out the special, it's so funny.
Yeah, he makes a lot of really funny
He's
observations.
fucking hilarious. So many fucking napkins. I just love napkins.
1100. Harry takes his time to fold the,
Oh my
the
god.
two sword of clubs.
So funny. Yeah, he purposely speaks in broken English and he's the best.
Binge watched Squid Game for this whole thing, by the way.
Nice. Do you like it?
It's really good.
It's super good, right?
Yeah. I feel like I should rewatch it with the original audio though, you know, because a lot of people are saying that it's like not the same experience.
Yeah.
Completely different experience.
Oh, you're the big fan there.
All full.
600.
Sorry guys, I have some caught in my throat and it's making me like cough a little bit. And there's nothing I get more insecure about than even occasionally coughing, you know.
That's it.
Harry raising out of the cutoff, and the accountant just calling.
800.
Ace queen of
I
clubs
played
out
in
of the
game,
big
so we're
blind.
not gonna throw him under the bus like within the last like week or two. And he just like
Harry
kept coughing at
with
the
a
table.
gut shot.
And I was just like, the
3, 5,
fuck
8,
is
2
going
spades.
on? Get these
800
guys
and
the
call.
fuck out of here.
Well, Harry, best hand now with a
Yeah,
pair.
right.
Brings in
He wasn't wearing a mask.
front door
He kept
spades.
coughing right at the table like for half the session. It was so brutal.
The river is a 3,
2100.
and looks like the accountant's going to turn his ace high into a bluff. Pretty thin. Harry's going to call.
Ace queen. Straight.
7 trays.
Pretty good call by Harry. Doesn't beat much value there.
I raised 50.
He beats bluffs, but what is the accountant bluffing with? Well, he's bluffing with ace queen.
I can't sleep at night if I fall to you. I mean, I don't sleep that much anyway. But
Small blind, Nick.
oh, wow, look at the tray. Wow, what a gourmet tray.
Harry,
Oh,
300
okay.
color.
We have not enough table. We're going to go get it.
What?
That's the happiest I've ever heard Harry.
No, enough tables.
Wait, let me try it. Sure.
Nice bet, Mark.
Thank you.
Where the fuck you going? I don't know.
$300,
Very player.
3 ways, and a set for Andy. Not much from Mark or Harry though.
800.
I'm glad it was only 300. You know, because I can't fall fucking close that sweet. Come on, Victor. We're side of the table. We gotta make our money back.
You have the miso soup?
We don't have any soup. They don't have any, yeah. They don't have any soup.
You're in the small, Garrett.
No, I got it here. Oh. I got it on one table.
Fold.
250.
22.
What is that?
Ribeye.
Is that my rabbi?
800.
James gonna 3-bet the 2 9s here out of the cutoff.
Thank you.
800, and Andy
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
gonna defend the ace deuce of clubs.
There's the
Well, there's the ace for Andy. Mark's not in the hand. Ace 7 10.
Victor, any of these yours? Is that drink yours? Okay, no problem.
James bet. I'm not sure how much, and Andy called. Yes, 800.
You're not gonna drink those? We'll get new ones.
Wow, and the turn is an ace, and interesting enough, this might make James want to bet the turn more. Less likely that Andy check called with an ace.
15.
Trying to get called by Broadway or a hand like 8 9. When I say Broadway, I mean 2 Broadway cards. Maybe a flush draw. James is going to check it back.
3 aces, 7. It's on you, I think. Mark, do you want change for one of your five guys? The bank next to you is more than willing to oblige. First stuff here. Or play.
Sure.
Yeah, I got it.
Victor with 2 pair, checked around on the flop.
Uh-huh.
Wow, Victor checks again. Turn is a 10. Garrett's gonna take a stab at it here with 4 high.
That looks good. Looks a little dry.
And a terrible card for Victor. He's still ahead though. River is a queen. And Garrett just gonna give up here.
It's not great, but it's not terrible, I guess.
Here is the big. Option here.
Limped pot. A little something for both players. Both players pair up.
Is it hook up?
100.
Harry check calls. Your turn River's trips on the river. Count probably check back his 4.
400.
Oh, excuse me. Harry did not check. Harry bet the river. And the accountant called.
Play over here. There we go. For my next character.
Do that every time.
I can barely deal when I'm trying.
Appreciate it. It's pretty good though. Just get the most American food you can, huh? Club sandwich and onions.
When in Vegas.
They have lots of American food in Singapore too, though, huh?
Yeah.
Lots of all kinds of food. Great.
Portions are smaller.
Okay.
About the same.
Yeah.
one.
Limped pot here. Andy taking a stab at it with 8-4, but James
TV screensaver.
flopping trips here, puts in the flat call. Andy checks it, and you gotta think he's just done with it. Leto says, everybody eating like a family Thanksgiving feast. Yes, they are. If you didn't know, you can eat at the bike now, at the table. It looks like a kind of a novel thing, but it wasn't too long ago that people ate at the table all the time. And sometimes, not only like did they eat at the table, but them and the people they brought with them, like a huge group of people behind them, were all eating.
$1,600.
The accountant with queens again. He had it not too long ago against Garrett. Makes it 1,600 out of the big blind. Andy, the pre-flop raiser, he's going to call. James sandwich in between. He's going to call. So here we go. 1,600 three ways. Well, annoying flop for the accountant. King high, but queens are best. Check through on the flop. James is double gutted now. Queen or a 9 would give him a straight. The accountant still has the best hand.
2,500.
This is pretty funny. James needs a queen or a 9 for a straight, and he's up against queens and 9s. 2,500 from the accountant.
I called you a penguin because your hands are so
I'm pretty sure that Andy did not raise the 3,000 after getting 2,500 bet into. The graphics are messed up. I think it's on James right now.
10,000.
And James, thinking he has lots of outs here, makes it 10,000. Yeah, Andy called the 2,500. Andy with a pair open-ended. James making it 10,000. Pretty tough spot for the accountant. The thing is, for the accountant, James is repping more than a pair of kings in this spot. You want the accountant to have hands like queen jack, spades, or clubs. You have 2 queens in your hand, so you block a hand like queen jack. You also have 1 club. Would you ever do this with a hand like ace jack or ace queen of spades? Something like that. The accountant really going into the tank here. Doesn't know what to do. Finally decides to let it go. And nice play there by James. Seeing the opportunity for a check raise bluff. Nice spot. Goes check through on the flop.
You're out of time shift now?
And after the pre-flop raiser bets the turn and just gets a call, feels the hands really just can't be that good. Like what hands is the accountant three-betting and checking through on the flop and betting the turn?
Ante.
I mean, one hand for value might be pocket kings, something like that he was trying to slow play.
Definitely curious about that one.
I think you got me one of them.
It's a very good bet, sir.
Three. Twelve. Heads up.
And on the heels of that last hand, James now with two red aces. Andy, pretty big flop here, 5-7 of clubs, flush draw and a gut shot. 1200 and a call. Well, Andy's open-ended now.
Oh, damn.
2,500. And a raise from Andy. And James just looks absolutely stunned. You see that expression, this genuine surprise there on James's face. He's thinking, well, what are you repping here on the turn with the deuce? You just called me on the flop. Now you're check raising? I mean, the one obvious hand that is screaming is 5-6, open-ended on the flop, makes a straight on the turn. River is the 9 of spades. Pretty big brick, changes nothing. Does Andy want to go for it? Wow. He's going for it, and not in a small way either. How much was that? That's definitely an overbet. $30,000, 1.5x of the pot. Andy is pretty much saying, I have 5-6 in my hand. I have a straight. And the story with how the hand played out makes complete sense. You know, he called the pre-flop bet, called the flop, raised the turn, and now is bombing the river. Unfortunately for Andy, players in general have a special attachment to aces and they don't like to fold it. So even if his story makes complete sense and his bet is very scary, people just don't like to fold aces. James just whispered to himself, 5-6. All right, chat. 1 for call, 2 for fold. Get in your predictions now. He might be thinking for a while. Another factor that might be influencing Andy's play here is James is up a lot of money right now. If James wanted to, he could fold the rest of the show and be up quite a bit. You know, I don't know anything about James, his game, or how much this money means to him, but as a general rule, with everything else being equal, you want to try to bluff people who are up because they don't want to lose, you know, the money they won, especially if they're up a lot.
10 seconds.
Like right here, Andy is betting almost Andy's entire Andy is betting James's stack almost. Putting all of his winnings into play right now, this hand, at this moment. And this decision is the decision for his whole session, most likely. And James does call. What a call. And what a bluff.
Wait, hold up, does he cover?
He's got about 34.
You want to double check?
25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
He has more than 30.
What a hand.
Yeah.
I got a sorry. I didn't,
Yeah.
Wow.
Andy putting in the massive overbet, $30,000.
The button here.
Yeah.
But James,
Man, now you can eat your club sandwich.
after taking his time, decides, you know what? I have to go with it. 2 aces here. If you have 5-6, so be it.
Win or lose, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. I was eating my salmon, then when I lost that hand to Garrett, I didn't even take another bite out of it.
One time we were
Doesn't
playing-
taste good anymore.
Yeah,
right?
I was like,
One time on the show, we were playing 50, 100, 200. I flopped queens full and lost the quads on the turn. And I had just got my food. I didn't eat it. It sucked. Losing with queens full on the flop, 2 4-5s on the turn. Oh, sorry, what happened?
It's here.
Oh,
Raise 4. You're in.
Awesome, thank you.
No.
Nice policy.
Yeah, it was really tough.
And just like that, James is sitting on 87,000.
Yeah, aces.
yeah.
If you've been with us the whole show, you know at one point,
400.
And I'm on the button.
James was down the most. And now he's the big winner by far and sitting on nearly 100K.
Can't lay it down.
Not good enough. Not good enough.
Check, check, check.
$400 4 ways, ace, jack, jack. Garrett here with an ace. No one else with much of anything.
6.
That's less you fold me.
Victor does have 2 sevens though.
He bets less. Fine.
Because you were verbalizing that why so much on the river. That's why.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going based on what you were saying.
Take it.
I mean, it's kind of dry, not that wet.
River is a deuce.
Could have
Does Garrett want to go for some value here with ace 10?
got ace five of clubs.
Victor was the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah.
1,000 from Garrett.
Still a pretty big call with these.
Victor is gonna look him up.
Why do we have three pairs here? Three pairs.
Good hand.
In one hand, we have three pairs.
I had another hand too.
Andy had a 50.
Another hand, you got three pairs?
Oh yeah. Aces, fours, and threes. Maybe you weren't here.
You got called on that one also? Oh, no, really?
I'm still losing too. After all that.
Really?
After all.
Stop doing stupid shit.
Yeah. A lot of stupid shit.
You've been losing to the bulldozer.
In my defense, so has everyone.
We lost.
Just had down with 4K, and now he's got 404K.
James, what'd you start with?
One in for 30.
300.
You sure you don't want to stay only 3 weeks?
You've been earning it too. Sorts of cool plays.
Garrett with 2 queens on the button, and it looks like Victor just called with ace-king from the blind. 8-10 jack. Not a bad flop for queens. Victor's in there with ace-king. Unbelievable turn card. The turn is a queen, giving Garrett top set and Victor the nuts. Does bring a one-liner to a straight, though. Any 9 would make a straight. And the river is a 10, giving Garrett a full house. Unbelievable. Victor with the ace-high straight, Garrett with a full house. $1,500 from Victor, and how much value does Garrett go for? The 10 brings in a flush draw as well. Front door diamonds. Victor could show up with so many hands here that would want to pay off a full house.
12,000.
And there is 12,000. A massive raise here. And I think Victor's gonna call. And I think Victor's gonna call. One contributing factor is he just called pre-flop, right? And sometimes when you find yourself in a strange situation, back into a strong hand, you feel compelled to call. Even though Garrett is repping a flush minimum here. It's one of those situations where it's a strange spot, it's Garrett, just pay it off, and he does. And this is one of the reasons, or one of the things that makes Garrett so dangerous. So nice hand there for Garrett.
Sorry. Pop one. Thank you.
Is there a straddle right now or no?
Start one.
Yeah, we can do it.
Straddle rounds starting again. 650.
Wait, when you're done, can I use your charger? Thanks, buddy.
Six.
No, I was gonna put it here. I got like 14%. Do you wanna keep using it? Yeah? Thank you. Garrett, is golf playing Friday and Saturday also?
I think one of them.
One of them?
Yeah.
You're playing both days?
That's where it started.
Oh,
Oh,
both days are.
oh, yeah.
Matt.
Shuttle's still going.
$1 million cash flow. You want to do 8 or 9? 8. Min buy. It's gonna be over 9 100K.
600 from Harry out of the small blind. Gets
Not
through.
even a lot, but like,
Don't know your opener.
that's 50 small blinds.
Take it. That's 115. 115 for the collection. Yeah, sorry. That'll- I was doing that in
Arlo Holmes says 90% of the time someone who overbets has the nuts. I totally agree. Typically, when someone overbets, they have it like literally every time. But it's not the case for these guys.
Garrett, you're the starter?
Yeah, thanks.
No problem. 200? Thank you. Six. $600 from Victor. Garrett defending his straddle. Pretty action flop here. 4, 5, 6, 2 clubs. Victor open-ended and a flush draw and overcards. Garrett with a pair and open-ended. 700 and a call. There's the flush for Victor. And Victor checks it back. River's a 7, giving Garrett 2 pair and a one-liner to a straight. And Garrett is going to bet his 2 pair for value here, 1,000. And you've got to think Victor is going to raise. Just a question of how much.
No.
Did he show
45.
some or no? Against you.
No, you didn't.
4,500.
45.
I hope you won't get angry.
Huh?
I said, I hope you won't get angry when you see.
No, no. Good job, man.
It's a pretty strange line that Victor is making. Garrett's trying to figure out, like, what the heck do you have? Are you really raising a straight on the river for value? It's possible. Garrett's thinking you probably don't have a flush because he checked it back on the turn, so what are you raising with?
It's just, yeah, there's like, I double checked everything.
What time was this at? I'll have to look at the tape.
Mike, do you like the Red Sox?
The thing is, it's hard to
Probably a quarter
hard
before
to
12, right around
think
there.
of bluffs that Victor could have here.
A quarter of a minute.
King 6 of clubs. I'll see you,
Really hard.
Joe.
And Garrett wisely
Yeah.
lets it go.
I would have flopped top pair of the bluff, but I got there. Yeah, but you guys seem like this.
But close lines?
No, huh?
Close lines? Didn't
No,
do
no,
that?
no.
No chance? Okay.
No, zero.
All right, let me look into it for you.
All right, I appreciate it.
Is the game gonna be on here, Mikey?
I'll fix it for you.
What time is it start?
5?
I don't know. Do they overlap or one has to end, the other one start?
Thank you.
I'm sure none of you guys are worried about it, but I gotta leave in about a half hour. Go to a Laker game.
Game just play tonight?
I think that game,
Soon,
the stream
should
will
be
end
soon,
a little
like
bit.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
You're good.
We
What
start
time?
about 15 after 12,
15 more minutes.
roughly.
So this-
I'm
We'll
not
put
sure
that
if
game on.
I can
because
play till like a little after 5:30.
Dodgers not gonna
Yeah, do your thing.
I thought the Lakers played
Straddle
more
for 2.
against Golden State. Oh, yeah, that's the thing.
Ow. I hope I got that right.
Is that preseason?
I thought it was Tuesday.
Huh?
They play Warriors?
1,000.
Today's Tuesday.
Oh, today's Tuesday.
It doesn't. It feels weird to me that it's Tuesday also.
Why are they only -3?
The unit.
Because they were like 0 and a million in the preseason, I guess. That's my
Oh,
only
this is
guess.
preseason still?
No, this is the first game, but they played so poorly in the
Lakers.
preseason, even when like LeBron and AD and Westbrook were getting minutes, that I think. But I don't know, it's weird, yeah.
I still think Lakers should win somewhere between.
Eldo asked Jeremy, are you also the professional Super Smash player by the same name? I did play Smash
Yourself.
competitively a long time ago. Not anymore. But yeah, that is me.
Six.
Limped pot here. Straddled 4 ways. Deuce, 7, 9. Andy is best here with 6s. And Garrett with King 10 clubs just takes a stab at it and takes it down.
Lots of people you think will watch. Friends,
Yeah,
family,
yeah,
and
like,
stuff.
yeah, pretty much. Everyone's like,
That's
asking
so
me, when
cool.
is it? When is it?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That like so many people are gonna watch it. You crushed it. I'm really excited for you. That's really cool. Yeah, that's dope.
Especially first time and on stream.
Just to tear everyone up for sure. Just make the right decision in every spot. That's great. You got me in my own head every time we play.
Over.
I don't know what to do. Yeah.
Great. 8.
tell you that now because I'm reading
800 from Mark. Victor's going to defend his big blind king queen. So blind versus blind here. Well, ace, jack 7, king high is best.
Okay, that's fine for now.
Victor with a gut shot also.
Okay, cool.
Check with the flop and turn. Let's see if Victor goes for a value here on the river. Mark has 0 to call with though.
It wasn't a prank, I know.
Shit.
Sounded sincere.
That's hilarious. Oh, you got that on the plan, huh? That's fine.
All right, in honor of everyone that hit the like button and in honor of James winning that massive pot, let's go till 9:30 overtime. Let's go.
Maybe it was him.
Strap yourself in, extra 30 minutes.
No, I don't need to. I wouldn't rush. That's why I'm leaving so early. The game starts at 7.
Oh, okay. Are you in a booth or you have seats or what's your deal?
Yeah, I was given some really, really great seats actually.
That's very cool. So we'll see you in 3 then.
Maybe. Yeah.
Cool. Never had seats back
Area
there.
of the big
I've had pretty good seats. Not like that.
Usually when I have really good seats and light the money on fire myself.
Yes.
I usually just bet enough to where I go, all right, well, if we cover, I break even. But then when you don't
So if you
cover-
ever wondered, like, what happens when the stream turns off? Well, we're going to find out for at least 30 minutes.
Never got into sports betting. Although the most fun I've ever had was we were in Vegas and we went to the, like it's at the Palazzo, they have the thing where they, like TVs and you can get couches with bottle service and stuff. And right before that I went, Lagrazi Stadium, that's what it is. Went and I bet a bunch of, I'd never bet sports.
10-8-3,
Victor
Victor out flopping Mark.
Nothing, like a couple $100 each one, but had a blast like watching it because I had something. Because I knew what like the quarter, on each quarter what it was.
500 and a quick fold
Yelling at the
from
TV,
ace high.
Sports betting is tricky because the biggest problem I have with it is it can be a real time suck. Because I used to waste a lot of time just like sweating games like we're in a shot around here.
Right, but we were there. And,
We
like,
restarted.
I don't do it at all. So like that was like just for fun. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Did you
Westbrook
just
like-
straddle last hand?
He did.
Okay, yeah. So let's keep it going.
You know, Garrett, Westbrook like poker.
Say it again. Westbrook. Oh yeah, he used to play at a different
PLO,
casino all the time.
Congressman.
Yeah.
50, 100
Like
PLO.
non-stop. He'd go like
Maybe-
once a week or
Maybe
something.
you can give him lessons and we can all get free Lakers.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
And he's like, yes, I would.
Now that he's in LA, I mean, in one game or another, I guarantee you he's playing a
He's gonna
bunch.
hear of you,
Yeah.
and you know, one thing leads to another.
Yeah.
We give him a couple lessons and we all get to go to the free Lakers.
He's probably not playing at that casino he used to. He's almost certainly playing now that he's in LA permanently.
You play poker?
Yeah, he plays a lot at PLO, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. I never understood that.
I bet he'll end up at some of the home games I know.
I'm sure. Yeah.
He'll end up at Jay somewhere.
I'm sure. Yeah.
You don't play home games, right?
I do not.
Have you ever?
You know that. A few times, but I've had
Bad experience?
some really bad experiences. I'll bet 6.
Okay. 6.
Garrett making it 500. Counting, defending his straddle.
Bet 6.
6.
Queen 5-3, not much for the accountant to call with.
How many total games do you think you bet on a week there?
A lot. I would probably say 40.
40. That's a lot.
You know, it's mostly hockey and then a lot of NFL.
You're
Garrett
betting
straddle.
every which way. You're betting like over-unders and shit too.
Not too much.
No.
Garrett, your straddle?
Yep. Thanks.
No problem.
I do round robins. You know what that is, right? Not the most lucrative, but it's the most.
It's the way you like to sweat, right?
Oh,
That's what counts.
there's nothing like it. You do 18
Victor
round
with
robin,
2
You win
kings.
the first 5 games. There's no fucking feeling like it.
Massive payouts.
Oh yeah.
3, 4, jack, 2 hearts.
9K and win like 180,000.
5.
500. Turn is a deuce of hearts. Bringing in front door hearts. Victor checks it back.
That you do between 7 and 8 teams.
Garrett's gonna check his jack over again, and now does Victor go for value?
2,000.
2,000. Pretty big bet.
I feel like I'm behind again. Maybe I was ahead both times.
What do you need, James? You want a one-way ticket to Singapore? What do you want?
He definitely doesn't want to go back there. Nothing to do there.
Cash my fucking chips, I'm out of here.
He's trying to figure out the quickest way to turn this into a digital asset. Right?
Digital
Yeah.
Non-refundable token.
Make your 50.
Asking about down payment costs here in Los Angeles, right? Yeah, how much you usually have to put down.
So, 550.
Huh? No? Are you leaving? Are you actually leaving?
Saw that, huh? Oh, okay. All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, okay. You put it in a little black bag inside your black bag.
Straddle still on?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're right.
High five.
Sorry. Can you do that? I swear I checked it and I couldn't find it.
It happens, brother, no problem.
I'm like, no, I swear I gave it. They never gave it back.
Sorry.
That's my camera.
My bad. Sorry,
No
guys.
problem, Nikolai. As long as you found it, that's the most
25
important thing.
more?
Yeah, I just looked like an asshole.
You were lucky that cameras actually work in this fucking place.
Yeah, man, I would have waited till you were out there. And then I would have just been like, all right, don't say that.
550.
No, I know, it doesn't matter.
I don't imagine much longer. I'm not sure exactly.
Well, I
Andy.
flying this Thursday. I kind of needed.
550 with 2 5s.
25 more?
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Supposedly you can fly without an ID completely.
Don't say the other.
Where's that? Miami, I guess?
Victor defending the straddle, queen 10.
Heads up.
Ace, ace 6, 2 hearts. 400 and a quick fold from Victor.
Spit it out. What is this thing? You talking shit?
They said they're going overtime, so they're not sure.
We already know that. Do you know that?
Oh.
Could have asked me.
Oh, the beggar.
This guy over here. We already got that problem.
Your saddle here?
Yep.
Four. 16.
Bullshit ass raise. Fucking raise.
Just talk to me after, I'll see how it goes.
Big percent still,
I mean, an hour ago.
Garrett rebetting on the button, 6-4 of hearts.
Thank you.
And Victor cold calling king queen out of the big blind. Well, there's a king for Victor. We saw a hand play very similar to this earlier where Garrett had ace-king, 3-bet the button, and Victor cold called out of the blind with ace-queen, and the flop came ace-high. Wow, and Victor just lets it go.
And I looked, I know.
You think I haven't done anything? Like,
I'm sure Victor's thinking about
Yeah, I'm sorry.
that hand that happened earlier where Garrett 3-bet on the button ace-king, he had ace-queen. The flop came ace-high, and Victor ended up losing a lot of money.
No, you have it. Sure.
Everybody think it?
Yes.
the best dumb things is when you find like random ass chips just like lying around. You're like, oh my god, I didn't even. Unfortunately for me, they're all $1 chips.
I was pretty drunk playing blackjack, and I went back to my hotel and I got a call. And when they cashed me out, they shorted me $1,000, you know.
But they gave it to you, right?
And then they called me to come back to the cage.
Oh,
I'm
they
like,
have
why?
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like, and we thought you were in on the scam, but then you also tipped the cage, so we were really confused till we figured out it was an accident.
Did you remind them you were an accountant?
I didn't tell them anything. In Vegas, I don't want anybody to know anything about me.
That's true.
It was a joke. You're an accountant and you miscounted your money when you're leaving the cage.
You're fired. You're fired.
I was fired. I was in no
It had
condition.
nothing to do with what the fuck they thought about it. What do you do for a living?
There was no Excel spreadsheet there for me, so.
Yeah, you're drinking, it's really good. Have your guards down. I've done that many times. Go to the cage with a bunch of chips. They just give you money and you assume
That's all you can do.
You assume
at that point.
Many times you're too drunk, there's no way, you just
Who
pray.
knows how many times I got a bank job from the
Raise
roulette table to the
400.
cage.
From like, the way I understand
Mike, Jeff, you guys copy?
cages work, like I think you're usually fine. It's like
You know what's the
super hard for
worst?
them to steal.
Like, there's places where the tellers are sitting like way low,
Uh-huh,
certain casinos, so they take your money and they go down.
yeah.
And then
Two
they're fucking
kings
doing
for
all that
James.
shit.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know what the fuck
Oh,
happened.
I don't like
And
that.
king,
No, I always
jack,
uncount the money in
6.
front of me, yeah. Even though, again, I'm never really concerned about anything going on.
Top set
Yeah.
It just makes me feel better.
for James. The accountant with a jack.
700. Okay, 700. That's it.
Well, queen on the turn gives the accountant some hope here. 10 would give him a straight 1,000
1,000.
on the turn. Nope, the river's at 8, brings in diamonds, and this is gonna go check, check.
Top set, my goodness. James, it's okay. Can't be too careful.
I mean,
God forbid you bet 2,200 on the river. What the fuck?
We're still doing another round straddle here.
Yeah.
James, you're the straddle. Are you guys hearing me? Awesome. Yes. $800. That's it.
Limp straddled pot 3 ways.
800. Yep.
Looks like Mark bet here 800. Gets through.
It's been over 5 hours, so How many? Who needs how many tiny chips?
5.
Need 5.
Need 1.
1. Need 5, right? I mean,
I'm good.
you're good.
I'll get 3 more.
1, 2 more, 3 more.
3 more.
Okay. Just a carrot got all his.
Where's mine?
Would you believe you have all yours? What I'll say?
How much you wanna bet?
How many do you need?
Give me 5.
You definitely don't need that many.
Give me 1. No, I don't need any shit. I'm this good.
Huh, it's like the thing I said 5 seconds ago. 200 to call. 600 to call. Done.
Oh, sorry.
600 from Garrett. 3 calls, so 600. 4 ways.
4 players.
3, 5, 7. King, queen, high is best right now.
1,000.
Counting with a gut shot, backdoor hearts. And it gets through, so nice little bet there by the accountant.
Move the button in. There is 600. Something's off. I need 100 out there. You put your 100 in here, but not out there.
600 from Andy on the button. Garrett defends. And action flop here. King, Jack, 5, 2 clubs. Garrett with a gut shot, straight flush draw. Andy, top
How long
pair.
have you been staying here already?
Like 2 nights. 2
How's your experience? Hotel rooms okay?
Not bad, yeah. I got
3,000.
So 600
You go to, like,
raised to
good places to eat and stuff, like
3,000.
downtown and stuff?
Yeah. Wayne brought me to
Oh,
a
okay,
few places.
good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Andy calls. Turn is a pretty big brick. 6 of diamonds. Changes nothing.
I guess like the food places in Vegas more concentrated. Like you don't have to travel that far around Vegas.
Check, check
Yeah.
on the turn. River's a queen. Andy is still best with a
Spread out.
king.
Every hotel usually has really good
Garrett with a
places to
pair
eat
of queens.
in Vegas.
Should probably go, well, Garrett did check. And you gotta think Andy's gonna
You
check
figure
his
out
back.
where it's really good, you know, you just
But
do a
no.
little research.
3,500.
Andy going for thin value here with his king 8, 3,500.
You gonna go to Vegas? Where are you gonna stay?
Wayne's arranging. I'm not sure.
You guys going to stay at the Bellagio, or are you guys gonna stay, Wayne? Where are you guys gonna stay in Vegas?
I mean, if you think Garrett check raised with a draw, and he's trying to get
Stay at
called
the
by
Bellagio
hands
or
like
the Wynn?
queen 10 or, you know, a flush draw that paired the queen.
I would say Aria has the best cash games. Wynn has not that. Some private teams. Wynn has some private. But don't play at the Bellagio.
Okay.
I mean, there's good games at the Bellagio, but they're
I
like
mean,
really
maybe
tough games.
a hand
Aria's
like
a
ace
good
5
game.
of clubs, something like that.
Wynn has a lot of like good mid-stake games, like smaller games, but every once in a while they have a good 100, 200 game. But with the World Series now, I would say probably Aria for sure.
I mean, all 3 options are probably going through Garrett's head right now. Fold, call, and raise, all 3. Garrett's gonna fold.
Okay, but not now.
Soccer.
If you were doing sports betting, I would say Bellagio is good, because when you play at the Bellagio,
Yeah.
you can take an hour and a half break.
Oh.
There's like three dealer changes. They put a button every dealer change, so you can leave the table for an hour and a half
Oh wow.
and go do your sports betting, go have dinner, go take a nap, whatever, and then come back to the poker game, you know. It works really good for me.
Different here, right here.
I like to smoke cigars and sports bet and then go back and play cards, you know.
Over here's half an hour.
Over here, yeah, a couple times you leave, they start bitching and moaning. And the floor man runs after you, it's like, yeah, you're good, you're good.
Oh yeah, we talk about that, right?
Oh, we bet on digital pictures.
Yeah. Starting to look into it.
Limp straddle pot 4 ways.
300.
Mark and Garrett both chopping right now with a 7. River's a 6, changes nothing.
Is it on me?
Yep.
130?
Yep.
Well, you pay less, huh? Because I pay my own.
Oh, did you count his or no?
I did. I wasn't aware that he was paying his own.
You're mush, you're aware every freaking week I tell you I pay my own.
Sure.
See, I just,
Appreciate
You haven't been paying your own, have you?
News to
I've
me.
been paying my own every time. Well, you feel like you paid once, you overpaid if you did.
I paid several times. I don't care as long as you get it. I just hope the house doesn't get it.
I haven't been getting anything.
I don't think the house would get overpaid, right?
Is it straddle full on or is it off?
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, good. Eight.
Andy's going to raise over a limp here, 800, Jack 10 of clubs. Accountant calls on the button, ace deuce of spades. Well, king, 9, jack, rainbow.
Six.
Looks like Andy's going to go into check call mode here, checks the flop. Accountant bets his ace high. Well, there's the straight for Andy. Accountant checks it back. And there's the straight for the accountant. Needed a 10 on the river, gets it. And how much value does he go for here?
4,000.
4,000. Pretty much saying I have an ace. And Andy quickly lets it go.
Such a big bet.
There's the straddle here.
I think it's a pretty easy fold there for Andy because Andy could easily have an ace himself. In fact, Andy should show up with aces more often, and the accountant is still overbetting. So it's a pretty strong line from the accountant.
What's with the errant 25?
I know you have the network for that.
I might not do
The
it
accountant's
today,
going to have an ace there almost
Really?
every time from Andy's perspective.
I have a feeling if I take him to Nobu, he's gonna be very disappointed.
What?
Oh no.
I mean, that's like the kind of sushi like I
Oh,
like to
okay.
eat, just in general.
Yeah.
You know. Of course
I
you
did.
It's good. They probably have it in Singapore, right?
No,
No,
Australia.
Australia.
$500, 3 ways.
3 players.
Open-ended for Andy. Victor, best hand with a 10.
Especially these days, right? Yeah.
7.
I tried to go to the Malibu one
That's what I had
recently.
too.
Yeah, and this was like in May, and she's like, we're booked till August. And I was like, you're fucking with me, right?
No, I tried, wait,
Yeah. And then I was like, oh, I'm sure I can talk her into it. And then there's like, no, she's like, no, no matter what you
700,
say,
Andy.
like,
Victor
no one's
calls.
getting in until August. I was like, all right.
Harry thinking about it with bottom pair. He's gonna let it go.
Pure the Kardashians. Just roll up and walk in.
There is so much fucking disposable income running like around right now. Huh? It's crazy. People can't
Turn is a
fucking
7.
get rid of it quick enough at Nobu.
Well, just look at the
1800.
real estate price of milk.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
1,800 from
That's good.
Andy.
China's much worse.
What do you mean, really?
Oh yeah, they're real.
And
estate
Victor's
prices,
calling.
Like, as it relates to like the consumer price index, are even more insane.
Yeah, I was gonna
They
say.
said 1,500.
That's what I thought too. Is
Yeah.
when I looked.
1800. I apologize for my mumbles.
Well, there's the straight for Andy, but also brings in front door spades. You would think Andy would still go for value here with a straight. Let's see how much. Bet. Quick fold from Victor.
Yeah.
Pretty terrible
Ralph's is good.
card for Queen 10 there on the river.
Cheap place by my place is like really good.
Oh yeah. Every city in LA has like usually 5 of those.
Yeah, like cheap place. There's
Yeah,
like
you gotta
almost.
find them.
that,
Almost as good. Yeah. You gotta. I mean, you gotta do your homework.
Yeah.
Some of the cheap places suck.
Went to Little Tokyo the second day of
Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I couldn't take it. First, I just
Yeah.
went by my took an Uber. And
Nice. Yeah. Such good food in LA. Every type of cuisine. Oh, I'd do the same thing if I were you. You can't like fly across the world and then sit in a hotel room. Or whatever. That's not right.
What sushi you like?
What sushi? I like the traditional ones.
800.
Just plain with rice, nigiri, and
Nigiri?
yeah, like Edo style. It's not like not the American one. You know, like the one in the traditional one in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, got a few minutes left in the show. And what a show it was. We saw
So you're just gonna do.
that giant pot
Yeah,
between
I mean, I'm
James
leaving
and Andy.
Very soon. So yeah, we have been. Is what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Andy putting the overbet on the river and James reluctantly calling
15 minutes left.
with aces after thinking about it for a couple minutes.
Afterwards, play $5, $10.
Yeah.
I'm sure Andy would.
We
love
saw
that.
Mark put in
1025.
the fourth
1025
bet
is super good. if
on
you
the
just got,
river,
like 600 bigs or whatever.
turning
Yeah.
his 2-pair into a bluff up against Andy's full house.
We put the $3,000 cap on too.
Oh, excuse me, no, Mark put in the third bet.
Oh, cap no limit, man. Ugh.
The third bet on the river.
Capping anything about no limit Texas Hold'em is just heartbreaking.
It's for the house. Keep people locked in.
Nick good show.
Yep, someone asks overtime? Well, this is overtime. Supposed to end, I mean, it's about 30 minutes overtime.
I get a walk and a straddle.
Actually got the place for today. Kaiba sushi. I just thought of it.
Okay.
Actually, we can pass by it like yesterday.
Mr. Jeremy, yes. Jeremy at the casino. Yep, I'm in the casino. Obviously in a different room than these
There
people.
is.
But I am here. $500 from Victor. Garrett calls from the straddle.
600.
And what a flop for Victor. 5-3-3. Garrett with just ace high. He folds, and calling with ace high there would not be unreasonable, but he just lets it go. Pretty annoying for Victor. Get out of line pre-flop, flop a full house, and getting a fold on the flop.
Small limit. $600.
Is Sammy coming back from Vegas this week? Is he playing Friday?
We'll have to see. Sick only because I did that.
Is Nick playing Friday? Friday you playing Nick or no?
No, he's leaving Thursday.
On when? Oh yeah. I'm going to Austin. I'll be in Austin, Texas. Maybe I'll try and hit up TCH there. We'll see. Probably not though, because none of my friends care about poker, so they don't play.
Yeah, you go in there, hang out with your friends. Yeah. Poker for
600.
So it's 6, right?
Yes, sir.
None of your friends there play poker, right?
I don't know. What
Andy raising ace 10 of spades. Out of the hijack. Accountant calls on the button. Queen, queen, jack. Gut shot for Andy. Accountant. Best hand with a jack.
Go ahead.
Check, check on the turn. River's a 7. Count is best. Just gonna check through the river.
What? They can, but they have a lot of injuries.
And you kind of have to hand it to the accountant for this stream. Like he's gotten played back at quite a bit, but he has not backed down.
Oh, but he's playing though.
I mean, imagine drawing for seats and then you get Garrett directly on your left. And you know you're locked in there for the whole show. That's going to be it. That's going to be it. I want to thank Brian and Alex, who was in the booth here with me, and to everyone who watched the show, especially to those who were there from the very beginning. Thank you all, and good night, everyone.